Chat, is this real? Hold on, hear me out. Chat. Chat, is this real? What's good, chat? I'm eating a bagel sandwich right now. Hold on. Bro. Tell me why I was listening to my last stream. The game audio was kicking and look. The quiet part sounded like ASMR, bro. I was like, dang. Bro, if I'd have had some food. Man, hold on, let me just. Mm. Hear me out. So, checking on the sound. Man, I'm munching. Mm. Man. Alright. Let's go, chat. So, today, mm, I was raised not to talk with my mouth full, so, you know. Mm, mm. See, this is where the ads help because they keep you entertained in between. Well, I'm just like, nom 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 nom. Mm-hmm. Mm. I'm not trying to rub it in. Hold on. Mm. What was the question he asked? He said, but y'all rather prefer, or rather Earth or Atomic? They're both good. Mm. Mm-hmm. I actually have both. I have an Atomic DPS slash tank and also have an Earth DPS slash tank. Mm. For most people, I'd probably say Atomic. Nah, you might just be bad. See, this is I was thinking about this in chat. when I was making content the other day. Might just need work. Bro, have you tried typing and talking at the same time? Like your brain is like, dude, what's going on? Like seriously, you know? So I was I had this moment. I had this epiphany. I was like, dude, the amount of clips I could get of just me just like bro, I'm talking like Naruto Kakashi style, like soloing chat. Like it's crazy. Like I feel like Kakashi in the final arc when they were fighting Kaguya type shit. You know what I mean? Like that's how I feel sometimes when bro had both Mangekyo and he goes in there to Susanoo and just starts like comboing everywhere and all kinds of wild ish. Like that's how I feel sometimes when I'm dealing with this chat. Cause I'm telling you, like somebody says some wild shit and the next thing I know, I'm in there, come we, and then everybody's gone. It gets mad quiet, and I'm just like, damn, bro. Like I just got here. What happened? Like that's how I feel. You know, like here we go again, bro. The amount of clips. Excuse me. I could probably make so many clips of just me like eating chat, bro. Like it's crazy. It's not even funny, but it's kind of funny. But you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not a troll, but I definitely I eat chat consistently. Like it's not even a thing, bro. Cause they'll be saying some wild ish, and then I'm like, bro, you have no idea. And then I just like hop in and then just use Kamui, and their bro's like, I don't even know what happened, and it's like exactly that's what I'm saying, you know. And then every time, and then when it becomes like an actual like scrimmage match, it's like Guy versus Kakashi training, like you know what I mean? Like that shit just doesn't happen that often. I'll put it to you like that. So, um, yeah. Moral of the story: it's fine. This is fine. But nonetheless, so yes, we're here. And I know you might be like, dude, Trez, bro, you made like how many streams? Where did you go? Where was your mic? What happened? Are you okay? Did you bring back the milk? I'm like, yes, I did. I brought back the milk. I awakened consciousness and then um ate breakfast and all kinds of ish. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I accepted Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? It said new CEO Cracker Barrel. She changed Cracker Barrel. Bro, who's the new CEO? Bro, I haven't been to Cracker Barrel and like I don't even know if I've even been to Cracker Barrel. Bro, bro, who's the new CEO? She sounds nice, bro. Bro, that's legit. Bro, that's legit goated, bro. Bro, I promise I'm not AI. All right. So, it's Monday and I know you're probably like, dude, yeah, it's Monday. You know, the children are going back to school, and you might be, you know, just living your life and all kinds of ish. And I get it, you know. So here I am making DCO content for you, you know, and that's the vibe, bro. So that's pretty much it. Yeah, man. So earlier today, I actually woke up at like it was probably like 2 or 3 in the morning, and then she changed takeout guy and barrel. I don't get it. So you said new CR or new CEO Cracker Barrel. She changed Cracker Barrel, and then she changed the logo, and then he said she changed Takeout Guy and Barrel. Is that like an ad? Is this like a Cracker Barrel ad, bro? This has got to be an ad, bro. Like actually for real? That's crazy, bro. Dude, I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to look that up. New CEO. I put in. Why did I put it in all caps? New CEO Cracker Barrel of Cracker Barrel. What is this like a meme, bro? I don't know. I don't get it. This is why I say this, dude. DCO niche, bro. You have no idea, bro. Cause yeah, said she took out store in in Cracker Barrel. Oh wow, wow, that's something, dude. And now I'm getting a phone call. Dang, bro. All right. Wow. Wow. That's something. I never knew that. I didn't know. I haven't been. Yeah. Well, hopefully the food's still good, right? So that's pretty much it, man. But yeah, so I woke up this morning and I just woke up and like cleared basically the alerts. I got to 43 CR. That was nice. And yeah, then I went back to sleep. So now I'm here again. And she changed inside to. Oh, I see. Okay. Like the design. Huh. Wow. What does it look like now then? Interesting. That's interesting. But yeah, legit. Not gonna lie. So let's see. So somebody's running the bounties, and then I've cleared those on this character already. We've got ROE source mark farm. Could hop into that, get some source marks. Um, yeah, you know, for the most part. We could also run omnibus, but I mean, source mark farm tends to be mm, probably with a good group a little bit faster than omni. So yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and send a tell to the Donna Troy. And yeah, we can definitely clear some ROE, get some source marks in there. But yeah, so that's pretty much been it. We've been streaming and yeah, so I brought the mic back and yesterday I did not realize that the game audio was just cranking. It was cranking in my headphones a little bit, but I didn't realize it was cranking like that. So I went and adjusted that a little bit today. The mic, however, was pretty nice from what I found personally. ASMR included. Nonetheless, it worked out. So yeah, but nonetheless, we're here and if you've been catching the past couple of streams, you'll already know like dude, I've been working on not just my main tune, but I've also been working on my alts as well. So I brought my alts up in CR pretty significantly in terms of my main rotation, being my troll and my what's it called? My troll and my tank. Howdy. Yeah. So they're on the back burner, and then I've got my might DPS that I've been tinkering with over the past couple of months, which is also something that I've been quite looking forward to. Oh, you should be okay. No worries, man. Yeah. So that's pretty much that. Do, 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 do. Yeah. But with a game like DCU, I tell you, it depends on your place in the game in terms of your placement. I'd say on the Twitch side, or on the streamer side, you'll probably see a lot more in-game esque content, so that's something that I keep in mind when I am making content for this game. I don't particularly compare a lot, but definitely I would say I believe my journey with DCO has been a little bit different. I mean, it's not like a big deal, but you know, when I'm for the most part, it's like when I'm not working on my main, I'm working on my alts, and if I'm not working on my alts, I might be just like on the broker, like making money, not as a flex, but actually, that's one thing I find myself doing a lot in my pastime because, like, that's something I've always just enjoyed doing, even when I was like younger, which is ironically, it's like I probably was doing that more than like hunting feats, but I still got a pretty good amount of feats. I'm just gonna swap tabs real quick while I'm having this convo, but I still got a pretty decent amount of feats over time playing the game. Hiatus is not included, but nonetheless, definitely I would say feats I do enjoy getting after. I just know once you start getting to a certain level in the game, you know, when you start pushing more like the 400, 450 SP range, depending on how you've applied yourself to getting feats, you'll probably start running into more elite style content, things of that sort. And yeah, so then it really just becomes a matter of putting groups together or like finding like-minded people that you all can basically help each other get skill points at that point, right? It's less about, oh, I'm just gonna go get style feats or I'm gonna go get general feats or things of that sort, and becomes more of like actually coordinating and organizing to go into older content or like farming collections, things of that sort. So the process becomes a little bit more, what I would say, a little bit more extensive, a little bit more thought out, a little bit more methodical, not just like, oh, I'm gonna just wake up and get like, I mean, sure, you could still mentally think like that for sure, but unless you're gonna be like borderline a tyrant about it, you know what I mean? You're gonna really be, just kind of in this tug of war of sorts, trying to get feats all the time, unless you just got a really locked in group consistently getting after it, right? So, and that could be like a league or something like that, but that's just one of the, even as an optimist, that's just one of the epiphanies that I've just accepted with playing the game. It's not impossible to get the elite feats and stuff. It's just that, the reps that you put in, you do sort of get more out of the reps that you put in when you do go on that route. But at the same time, it's like, you know, it really just depends on, you know, the flow, I would say at that time, at that point. But nonetheless, you know, it's not impossible, It's definitely not impossible, but I think where I'm at right now, currently, with, the amount of skill points that I have, like I have about 465 skill points, which is close to about half of the feats in the entire game. And that's including like all of the hiatuses and stuff that I've taken in between. And also considering that this tune that I'm playing on, I made in 2015. Granted, I did have feats in the game prior to that, but I've had more years with this tune than I've had playing the game. Like, or rather, excuse me, I've had more years with this tune itself than years not with this tune playing the game. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, put it to you like this. Mentally, if I was to say, I started playing like dcuo in like 2012, right? Or something like that. I think it was like, I don't remember if it was 2012 or if it was like, it might have been like 2012. But you know what I mean? If I was to say, yeah, like 2012, and then I played the game like off and on, and then 2015 I made this tune, like I know that for a fact, and then still taking hiatuses in between, but you know, still a game I enjoy. So fast forward now, you know, yeah, like I've gotten like 465 skill points, you know, almost half feats in the game, and then out of all of the episodes that have been in the game, I've only maxed out my CR twice, you know, so I feel like I'm kind of in like a weird spot, you know, like not in a bad way, but just like legit. Like I feel like it's like my positioning is kind of like, not to toot my own horn, but like I do feel like I'm kind of like in an interesting kind of positioning because like I would say I'm kind of sort of like, I mean I'm definitely like an early, like a early waiver of this game, but I don't think I really started getting like kind of good at the game until maybe around, I'd say like the third wave of this game, or like the third phase. I would say maybe like the third gen of this game. Third gen being around like, I'd say like 2016, 2017. Like I made this tune in like 2015, and then I'd say around like 2016, 2017. Really probably like 2016 is probably like when I really started like sharpening up. Because this was the first tune that I made that I stuck with prior to this tune for like the prior 3 years. And really, it's kind of crazy because when I'm thinking about it now, I thought it was like a way larger gap. But now that I'm actually having the conversation, I'm like, oh, it was actually only like 3 years of me tinkering. And then I've made like one tune and just like committed. You know what I mean? But um, yeah. So, but I would definitely say for sure, like, I think I kind of tinkered around for like 3 years, and then like I made this tune 2015, and I just committed, and then I'd say around like 2016, 2017, I really like started sharpening up, and then by that it was just like, you know what I mean? During that time, they still had like the early phases of survival mode, stuff like that coming out, all that jazz. But I was already hitting like top DPS in some instances. You know what I mean? I remember that specifically. Now, this was like, you're talking about 2016, 2017. Twitch might have been like just kind of hitting the scene. You know what I mean? Like, YouTube was still kind of a thing, but like, I don't know if I was on PlayStation 4 yet. I might have been. I was definitely making content in that time frame though. That's the ironic thing, was like I was streaming on YouTube in like 2017, 2018, so I definitely know I was probably making dcuo content. It's just it's almost whimsical because I did a revamp. Like I did a channel revamp, and then like cleared up a lot of my old content, and then just like completely started like fresh. But prior to that, I definitely had content from like, I mean, I definitely have like vlogs and stuff from that era where I was probably like actually like in the lab streaming and stuff. But yeah, dude, it was something. It was definitely something. But that's why I say, you know, during that time, that was like right after the revamp, and or right before it maybe. And I remember like prior to the revamp, like pet powers were like, they had two phases. Really, it was like three phases. The first phase was like Quantum was like running the game. Quantum had this game in in a chokehold for a long time. Like if you were a Quantum DPS, like it was just Quantum Might DPS, advanced mechanic. The Quantum had this game in a chokehold, bro. I promise you. And then because I switched to quantum on my main, and it was so good. It was really good. Like you'd run the time bomb, you'd get all that power back and just do crazy damage. Then you use like distortion wave and have all the spread damage that would happen. Yeah, quantum was nuts, bro. And then they had the second phase. It was like all in like the same time frame. It was probably like a couple months to like a year, maybe 2 years at most. They had another wave where they did like a little mini update, and then they came out with like ice got like the ice power got like a crazy buff. It was like it was a really good power. So I remember I switched to that. I switched to ice, and then I was just like once again just dominating. Like, you know what I mean? I don't even remember how many SP. I think around that time I probably had, keep in mind it's like 2016, 2017. So I think around that time I was between like 200, maybe 250 SP. I'd say maybe like lower 200s in SP to like something of that sort. I'd say like 200 to 250 maybe. I think I was definitely above 200 though. Probably closer to 250. But yeah, bro. And then maybe even like 270 something. Because then I took that whole break in between and they came out with like all those episodes. It was weird. I don't know. But anyway, then the third phase, I'd say, which was right before the revamp, was when they buffed pet powers. And when they did that, Earth and Ice was still solid, but Earth and Sorcery were like running the game. Like it was like I switched to Earth, and that was actually the whole reason why I had made my sorcery tune at that time, because my main tune was an Earth tune. I had switched his power to Earth. I had ran Ice at that time, and then I switched him to Earth, and it was game. Like I was once again just bulldozing through everything, and I hadn't started working on my support role yet, so I was like pure DPS, and I was just clearing through everything. And I think that was around the time when I like maxed out my CR, because it was just I was like that's how, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I kid you not, that was like the first go around, because that's how like strong that power was. You know what I mean? Like I was just casually able to like clear through content efficiently. And it wasn't even like a hack. It was just no, that was just the meta at that time. That was how good it was. And that was around probably like maybe like Halls of Power 2, like Happiness Home Elite, stuff like that. And then I'd say somewhere in that time frame, maybe it was like a couple months later or something like that, they did the stat revamp. And then what they did the stat revamp, they changed how the powers worked at that time. So basically, this is when Might and Prec basically got like leveled out, and meaning like Prec, because Prec DPSs weren't a thing. Like Prec DPSs were not a thing prior to, like, you know what I mean? Prior to, I'd say, 2017, like Prec DPSs were not a thing. Um, and that was just the nature of it. And then after they did the revamp, Prec DPSs became a thing. So you could efficiently run Prec and actually be good. You know what I mean? As long as you know how to run Prec. And it was funny because like as soon as they did the revamp, like I didn't even think about it. I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna go Prec. Why not? And I think a lot of that too was probably because I was just so like it was like the zenith basically. Like I promise you, I don't want to like oversell it, but if you were there, it was like, dude, I was so used to just bulldozing with Might between like, because I literally was Quantum, Ice, and Earth, and I had a sorcery tune. So I was there for all like the phases, like, you know what I'm saying, like the crazy buff phases of Might, and I experienced all of it. So by the time like I had cleared my first SM around that time, like it was just all that jazz. And then by the time they did the revamp, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go Prec because why not? So if you're ever wondering like why I like you know, run prec so much. It's like that's might have something to do with it because I'm just so used to like that's what it was at that time. You know what I mean? But now, fast forward, it's like you know, I like prec a lot. You know, I do like prec a lot, and I can keep up with. I've been telling people this, and that's why it's funny because I guess when I get into the lore of it, like I don't want to like oversell it, but I'm telling you, when I get into the lore of it, it's like, and I'm not even talking about my own lore. I'm talking about just the game itself. You know, it might make more sense, but you know what I mean. Like I can keep up with might, like good might DPSs. Like I'm not even talking about like just casual. No, I'm talking about like upper echelon, like might DPSs. You know what I mean? Like Omega Totality, 200 arts. You know, sometimes UCR above me, like just using prec. You know, so I've been in the lab tinkering and just like really polishing up for an extended period of time. And I'm not gonna lie, I think once I made this tune and I was just like I just dedicated myself to just like the craft of it, that changed everything. You know, cause like prior to that I made a lot of characters. Like I made a ton of characters. I probably made over 100 characters just within like that the 3 years prior, but all of it was like I was still like getting feats completed, you know what I'm saying? I was still like learning the game. I was still like doing stuff like that, right? So when I made my main, who ironically was an electric DPS at that time, you know, so it's kind of like full circle. Um, and I still remember the name. Like I still think it was I like the name a lot. I don't know. I won't say the name because I feel like it's just a classic name to me. And I'm probably gonna go and like go save the name. But I remember the name that I created at that time. And I'll reveal it when I actually go and like I'm gonna see if it's still like available. But yeah, I basically just committed, and then after that, I'd say within about 2 years, I was like already kind of keeping up, you know. Like within 2 years, I cleared my first SM. You know what I mean? I was starting to hit like top of the leaderboards, stuff like that. You know, I was still making content. I wasn't monetized, of course, at that time because like content creation was a thing, but it was still like really just YouTube, and like not everybody was like people weren't really like talking about monetization as much back then. Like it was a thing, but it wasn't necessarily like at that time just making content was like pretty cool. You know what I mean? It was pretty legit. So it was like, oh, this person made a YouTube video or like they made a tutorial or something, you know? So the whole monetization thing I think was more, you know, it's something that kind of gained more traction later on, you know, especially with like more platforms and stuff becoming available and like people having different options and stuff to grow an audience. But yeah, I'd say around the time that I really started, like it was, I mean, it was really just like Facebook. I don't even know if Facebook had monetization back then. They probably did, but it was really just like Facebook, YouTube, and like maybe Twitter. You know, Instagram, I mean, it's Instagram, which it's great for like reach and networking, but I don't know if Instagram had monetization at that time. Um, yeah, because I mean, think about it, Reels weren't even a thing, right? So it was just photos, and like I'm sure you could post videos too, but like Reels weren't a thing back then. There was no Reels play, there was no stories, bro. Like, you know what I mean? It was literally even Facebook didn't have stories, bro. You know what I mean? So like everything was just like you just make a post or like you post a video, you know, and that was pretty much it. So yeah, I mean Snapchat, ironically, like sometimes people forget that, but Snapchat was really like the platform that like kind of started rolling out stories and stuff, and then other platforms kind of like, you know what I'm saying, picked up and like started making stories too. So yeah, bro, stuff like that. You know, I think about that. And I'm like, man. But yeah, fast forward now, 2025, and I'm like, to this day, like I'm 483 on my main tune right now, and it's still only been like twice since I've maxed out my CR. So, you know, and it's not like I intentionally avoid it, but it's just something that usually I might get to a certain point. Like I've already got max renown on my main tune. As soon as I came back, I had like 450 replays, and I reset the mess out of like elite. You know what I mean? Like I ran pretty much complete elite when it came to A and B and defending Mogo. I just pretty much cleared it in elite, and then I just maxed out my CR probably only within like 2 days. I mean, granted, they dropped mad renown tokens, so that's helpful, but it took me probably like a day or two to max out my renown, and you're talking about maybe like 7,000 points. You know what I mean? So, but granted, that was with replays. Like free to play, it'll definitely take you a little bit longer, but you can buy 100, or excuse me, you can buy 1,000 replays for like $20. I just happen to have some left over from the last couple of loyalty point rotations. So that was like I had 2 months worth, and then I think I just went and bought like another 150 with my loyalty points or something. I don't remember actually. Oh no, I remember now. Okay, I bought a booster bundle. Yeah, that's what it was. I don't. I think I spent my loyalty points on something else, but yeah, I bought a booster bundle, and then I got another 150 out of the booster bundle. I don't even. Are those still in the? Are those still in the market actually? Oh no! Wow. Oh no, they are. Okay. Yeah. So I bought a booster bundle, and I'm not gonna lie. Shout out booster bundles. Those are pretty underrated for like replays because you basically get like, I mean, sure, you're only getting like a tenth of what you would get. No, not even, because you get 1,000 when you spend $20 basically. So with the booster bundle, you're basically getting almost like if let's say you bought two booster bundles, you would be getting like a third of what you would get out of just buying the replays, but then also you get the style, like the limited edition style, and then you also get like the ninth metal and all that other stuff, which is pretty nice. 15,000 ninth metal, that stacks up, bro. You know what I mean? That stacks up. Like 15,000 ninth metal is like that's like 15 stacks of like green ninth metal. That's dude, that's almost like, well, let's just say it's a good amount of nth metal. I'll leave it at that. It's a good amount of nth metal. But yeah. So just stuff like that, I would say. You can definitely you get that, you max that out a couple of times. You'll definitely get your arts up a little bit, as needed. But yeah, dude, so that's pretty much been the journey, I think, for the most part when it comes to this game. And ironically, I didn't really start working on my alts until like later on. I mean, of course I had alts at that time, like, But I think in terms of my main rotation of alts, ironically, I didn't really start working on those until maybe like 2 years ago. So like yeah, because I don't quite remember if my munitions tune I CR skipped. I don't think I did. I think I just grinded his CR. And then, but I know my tank I did CR skip, but I didn't. It was a free CR skip. It was one of the ones that they gave out for free. So yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna just log in, and I just, I was thankful. I was like, that's lit. So I just CR skipped him, and then I just grinded the rest of it, But yeah, so I've been working on them for about maybe like 2 years, two and a half. No, I'd say like 2 years, you know.
Oh man, I leave this place unguarded for like a minute?
But yeah.
Come on, the portal to the underworld is this way.
But that's the thing too. Like I got monetized on Twitch in 2021, and then like I've pretty much always like streamed dcuo on Twitch, and then yeah, I'd say I started working on my alts maybe around 2023, and then fast forward now, like my alts aren't that far off. Like my main right now is 483, but like my Earth DPS is like 474, and then my tank side is like 468, and then for my troll, his DPS side is at like 472 or 473, and then my troll side is at like 461. So yeah, it's kind of So I just been focusing on the process. I'm not really like in a rush to like clear it like tomorrow. You know what I mean? But yeah. But that's why I say it's kind of always. I think it's always kind of been like a little interesting for me too, because like even though I've been playing the game for a while, it's also like I've also kind of been like low key. You know what I mean? So like I'll see like people come in and out. You know what I mean? Or I'll see new people start the game, and it's just one of those things like I just kind of find funny sometimes, like not in a cocky way but just like actually, because I'm like, well, I've seen a few of you all come and go, you know what I'm saying, and I've seen people burn out, I've seen people get bored. You know what I'm saying. um, but I've also seen some people stick around, so but it's not the majority, I'll tell you that much. So that's the other thing too. I'm like, well, I don't know. You know what I mean? In the past couple of years, between I'd say 2020 to like now, I know there was a huge influx 5 years ago of people can't like coming in, understandably, and then I mean, there's still a lot of people I think from that era, which is which is cool, and I think I'm sure there's still new people coming in, but definitely I think that era I think is like a soft spot for like new players. Like if I had to like name it, I would say like you got like the 2012 wave, 2011, 2012 wave, which is like basically okay. I'll put you like this. Let's say there's like the beta players, which is like the early players. Like you're talking about like before this game even hit PlayStation, when the disc edition, like that, you know what I mean? Like that era of players, like classic Batman Legends PvP character. Like how'd you even get that? Like you know what I mean? Then you've got like the 2011 2012 wave, which was like when they were running ads like and like commercials and stuff for this game, which was how I found out about it. I saw it through a commercial as like a kid and I was like, this looks awesome. And I just like downloaded it the same night. You know what I mean? And then I'd say, but the crazy part is like, I mean, I'm sure I saw commercials for it after that, but literally it was like a commercial, bro. Like if I never saw a commercial, I don't know. But legit, I'll never forget. And then that's good marketing, bro. Imagine seeing one commercial and then now and the bro's been a fan for 15 years. Like that's great marketing, dude. Um, but nonetheless, just saying, shout out the marketer. But then I'd say the next wave. So like I'd say okay, the beta wave, then like um the 2011 2012 wave. Then I'd say you've got maybe like the 2015 wave, and then that was like advanced mechanic era. SM was just starting to hit the scene. Like auras were becoming like more like a thing. Like you already had the OG Nimbus, OG Plasmic, stuff like that. I think the OG Smoke was out too. Um, and then I'd say so that's like third wave. And then fourth wave I'd say is like 2017, 2018, which is like right before the stat revamp, but then that was when like advanced mechanics were hitting like their zenith. So that's like like when, Quantum was like running the game basically, earth, sorcery, um, ice power. I'm sure fire was probably pretty good at that time too, but you know what I mean? 2017, 2018, that was also like a pretty strong time period for survival mode as well. Really I'd say 2016 to 2018. So I'd say that's like fourth wave. And then fifth wave I think is like 2020, which was like, you know, um just a lot of people being at home, working from home, tech bubble, not even tech bubble, but just like tech influx. All of this attention was going into the space. A lot of monetization stuff, just a lot of tech stuff was happening at that time. So I think that just kind of trickled over naturally. And then, of course, like this game was going through like more like reiterations with like the episodes and stuff like that. Stats were starting to like the stat revamp was starting to really submit. And then, of course, you had artifacts too. I can't. How could I forget about artifacts, right? I forgot when artifacts came out, but maybe I'd say like 2019, I think. But yeah, so fifth wave is like the artifact wave, ironically, right? So that's what I would say if I had to. Hold on, let me double check. When did artifacts come out in DCUO? So it was game update 76. So yeah, it was like 2018. Was it 2018? Artifacts, no, it's 2017. What? It's 2017? Hold on. What artifacts were in 2017? Hold on. So stat revamp. When was the stat revamp? Because then that means that had to have been a shorter time frame then. No, dude. So they did the stat revamp in 2017, and then artifacts came out, and they came out later that year in 2017. So I think that might have been the time frame when I started kind of like taking a break. So then that means really I said like 2 years, bro. So really that means I probably cleared in like maybe a year and a half. So like which is basically saying so like imagine start in 2012, 3 years of tinkering, then I made this tune 2015. maybe even 2014. I don't know. Let me see. If I go to my headlines, because I can just go and look, at it, and it'll tell you exactly. It's 2014, but it was literally like November 28th of 2014. So it was like right there on the cusp. Yeah. So okay, 2014, November 28th, 2014, right? But even then, like, so let's say, yeah, November 20th, 2014, and then I guess, yeah, I just cleared it, and then Artifacts come out 2017, November 1st, 2017. So that's basically almost a 3 year time gap. So between the time I made this tune and Artifacts, that was like the era of like when they were doing all the updates. Like the stat revamp came out earlier that year, so that would have been like maybe 2 years, you know what I'm saying? And then prior to that, that's when they were doing like all of the like the quantum buffs and all that jazz, you know what I mean? So yeah, when the stat revamp came out and then artifacts came out a little bit later, around that time is when I started, like, I took a pretty extensive
Oh
break.
man, I leave this place unguarded for like a
I
minute.
think I would
Oh,
still hop back
I'm really
in
underwhelmed with this
occasionally.
place.
I had to have, because I had like 140s and 160s. Like I had like a 140 Fang, but either way, you know, um, yeah, dude. So I would say okay, but even then, I would still kind of say like the 2020 wave was probably like the artifact wave. Because think about it. Let's say they came out in 2017, and then you had like 3 years of progression, and then like you kind of had like this zenith that happened in 2020. But at the same time, you know what I mean? If you've been playing since 2017 when artifacts hit and it's 2025, that's still 8 years right there. I just don't know if that's everybody. You know, like everybody who is currently like high level at that point. But at the same time, I also think like the way that it's portrayed sometimes, like I hear the conversations, or like I've had the conversations where sometimes, people will be like, not necessarily people, but let's say somebody has like 800 skill points or something like that, 800, 900 skill points, right? And the way it's presented is like, oh yeah, like you can get it done in like 2 years. And it's like you probably could if you were like, if it was like all you did. But the reality is, if you started when the stat revamp hit and then artifacts hit later that year, that's about 8 years. That's almost a decade. And just going off that math, it's like that's about 100 skill points a year. That's not even like a skill point a day, if that makes sense. Like, you get what I'm saying? So it's like, it's kind of like an interesting conversation to me, because it's like, I don't know. Like I say, it's just an interesting combo. But nonetheless, I don't know if that's every, like, of course it's not every player, at that time. Like, I'm sure there's some that started later and jazz like that. But that's where I kind of say it's a lot more, I think it's a lot more nuanced, you know what I mean, than like what it's made out to be sometimes. Because, you know, like I say, I just think it's a lot more nuanced, but nonetheless, yeah. But yeah, that was like 8 years ago, and then I think around that time, like I probably took I forgot how long of a break I took. But keep in mind, I was already so accustomed to just like running through stuff that like I kind of had already felt like I had cleared SM Dude, I was basically like DCO retirement at that point, like respectfully. You know what I mean? It was just like I wasn't even in a huge league. Like it was just like a group of us that were just like hyper efficient. We were all cool with each other, and like I say, cleared through SM. I was running through content like nobody's business. Game update 76. Hold on. Let me see when Halls of Power came out. When did Halls of Power Part 2 come out? DCO.
Don't you want to fix Kondak? What
So
about
Halls of
fixing
Power
this
Part 2
factory?
came out
Don't you
May
want to
12th,
fix this?
2015. So that was like that was almost a year and that's a year and a half, almost 2 years before the stat revamp. So you know what I mean? It was it was it was something. You know what I mean? And then like yeah, I don't know. I don't know, bro. It was weird. It was weird. I don't want to oversell it. I said that like 3 times, including just now, but I'm telling you, it was weird. Cause it was like yeah, like all in like the same time frame. Like clearing SM, like the Radiant Aura had came out around that time. Like that was like 2015, and like during that time, it was like the Radiant Aura was like the fourth specialty aura. Like it was like so you had the OG Plasmic, you had the OG Nimbus, then you had the OG Smoke, and then you had the OG Radiant. And then the OG Radiant was like the first one that I pulled. Like I remember, I'll never forget, bro. I was sitting in the chat with my league mate at that time, and I think it was the booster bundles that they had at that time, and like it was like the first one I opened. I got like a Radiant Aura, and I was just like, hello, you know what I mean? And they had like all the smoke variations and stuff. But yeah, bro, it was like the first one I opened, and I got a Radiant Aura, and then yeah, cleared SM, all that jazz. So naturally, I think mentally, I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna like,
Farewell, young
you know what I
one.
mean?
We
I'm
may
gonna
be
just go
pressed to
focus on
do
other
this much,
stuff.
but keep that fighting spirit.
But
Never submit.
I'll stay
yeah, dude.
guarded
And
from
then
the guard
yeah, it was
tower.
like 2 year gap before the revamp. And yeah, so I think now it's like it's pretty cool to see how things have like how far things have come along. You know, I think that's one thing that I mean, not even from a nostalgic perspective, but just knowing where this game was at and seeing the progression and just all kinds of stuff, you know. And I've had this conversation a few times, and I'm just like, dude, some of these guys have no idea, bro. Like they have no idea, like legit, you know. We respectfully, but yeah. So that's why I say, you know, skill points. That's only like one facet of this game, you know. But yeah. So who knows? Maybe they'll bring back SM at some point. I think it would be cool. I haven't, like I say, I haven't ran SM since like 2017, I think. Like not even like 2015 or 2016. It's been almost 10 years since I've ran SM, you know. And a lot of that is cuz like I wasn't like playing the game at that time, you know, or I was like I might have like been like focused on just like IRL stuff or like you know what I mean, just or just playing other games or you know just life in a good way, you know what I mean. But nonetheless, yeah, um, it's been almost like a decade since I've ran SM, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy, but I still have the to this day the Iron Kryptonian legs. It's the only piece of SM gear I have, bro. But granted, it's probably the cleanest one. Like that and the chest piece, you know what I'm saying? The chest piece and the legs are probably to this day the cleanest SM gear, bro. You know what I mean? I mean, like people were losing their minds over that gear when it first came out because they had two variations of it. The first variation you couldn't change the color wave of it. Like it was just like I think it was just like static like white like outlining coloring. And then the second variation you could actually customize it. And of course I was able to get the second one. So I was like, yes, right? And this is before mats or anything like that. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, it was so cold, bro. It was so cold. Like if you had the SM gear, it was like, oh, this guy's legit, bro. He's not, you know what I mean? This guy that like back then, it was like you could walk in a raid with the SM pants. You didn't have to say nothing. You didn't have to say what CR you were. You didn't have to say nothing. They were like, "Oh, he's got the SM pants." Oh shit, bro. Like that's legit. Like that's how it was for real. You didn't have to say what skill points you were. It was just like, "Oh, he's got the SM pants, bro." He got to like round 10 or something, man. Nah, bro. He's valid. You know. That was how you figured it out. And then if you had the full SM fit, oh gosh, bro, it was like having like a fast pass at Six Flags or something, dude. It was crazy. But yeah, you were skipping all the lines and ish. It was wild, you know. But yeah, man, for real, for real. But it's cool. I think we'll see. We'll see if they come out with something SM like, there's been a lot of conversation I know with the community in terms of like PvP and things of that sort. The reality of the whole PvP thing though is that the gear just doesn't scale anymore. And logically speaking, I kind of understand from the devs perspective, it doesn't really make sense for like they're not really incentivized to to make new PvP gear because what most people forget or don't even know is that PvP gear came out during a time where artifacts weren't in the game and the game was basically like propelled by mod slots. So the PvP gear had what was called prismatic mod slots. And basically the prismatic mod slots where it allowed you to basically mod in any kind of mod because usually the gear that you would get I think it was depending on the role would have a special affinity and the mod that you would like put in the gear would be like it would basically give you a bonus. So like if you were like a DPS and you had like a red mod slot, you could run like a might mod and get a might buff, or you would run kind of like how they have the base mod still. It was like exactly like that, but it was just for the stats. And very grindy by the way too. Like it was not and keep in mind it was like there wasn't nearly as many things to make like money off of like in the game. Like it was possible to make money in the game, but it wasn't like it is now. Like you've got way more optionality to make money in the game than you did like a decade ago. But um point being though, it's like yeah, so you had the prismatic mod slots for PvP gear and you could basically throw in any mod and when you go into like arenas or something like that, the gear that they were releasing at that time was still like when you would put on PvP gear, you would still be stronger statistically than the PvE gear at that time, right? Plus, with the prismatics and all that, like that was just a whole different world, you know. Whereas fast forward now, I believe like the gap is so large, and with artifacts being in the game too, it's also like because I think artifacts work in arenas. I don't know if they don't, but I don't even know because I don't even really run arenas. I usually just ran legends. I like legends more because I was kind of cool to just like be on the equal playing level and then just have like it was basically like a skill at that point. But yeah, so that's the thing. I don't know though. Like if they scaled it, you know what I mean? Um I don't know. Yeah, cuz it just I just think the gap is too large at this point, and then of course when you throw in like artifacts and stuff, it's a different convo, so that's one thing that I know for sure. I think probably goes into it when thinking about PvP. Um, but it is what it is at that point. And if they ever do choose to like revamp it or something like that, like who knows? I don't really think it's a big deal. I mean, you can get all of the styles through the tokens from Doctor Fate. So like there's theoretically no reason for you to need to run PvP unless you're trying to get the actual feats like from running PvP itself, which is understandable. But outside of that, um yeah, it's just I think that era was just a different era of the game. And yeah, dude, I mean that's the thing, so I mean, Legends PvP is still a thing. Not everybody likes Legends, but and then like if you want to go and like run arenas, like you can still run arenas. You can still like the PvP gear isn't defunct. It's just in like the open world, it's not. It doesn't scale. But if you're actually like still running PvP, it's not broken gear. Like you know what I mean? It's just in most open world content, it doesn't scale to the new stuff. You know. So, but in PvP, like in the actual PvP mode, the game mode, it still scales. Like it perfectly fine. A person who has like full Gotham Knight gear is still gonna do better than somebody who only has Aeronaut gear or something like that. Or like the logistics officer if they're running PvP gear, or even like open world if somebody has logistic officer gear, or like if they're a certain CR. That's another thing too that it's kind of like I say, very specific scenario, but ironically, it's like, yeah, somebody who's like a certain CR, like maybe like 150 to 200, something like that, maybe even 300. I think PvP gear will still like do what it's intended to do, but once you get to like 400, 400, I'd say, yeah, like 400 plus. Once you start pushing like 400 plus, 450, let alone in-game level, oh no, dude, the PvP gear is like that shit's like paper. It's like, what I mean? It's like toilet paper. It's just it doesn't hit the same, but let alone with somebody has max 200 arts or like a battle tank or something like that. Yeah, no, that PvP gear isn't doing anything to that person, you know. But yeah. So, yeah, it still works. It definitely still works. But I would say, yeah, stuff like that, man. And then, yeah, dude, that's kind of just the nature of it, though. So, you know, even like now in this current iteration, like I'm just kind of getting back into it. I think this is like my sixth day, kind of like getting back into the game. Um, and I'm already like, I'm already at like 483. Like when I came back, I got like dang near like 9 CR in like the first 2 days because I had went and I just farmed like the story mode stuff, and then I got like a ton of gear and I was running the raid in between, and I didn't really like equip the gear immediately. I just kind of sat on it. So when I came back and then I finally just sat down and equipped it everything, I got like 9 CR, and then I immediately just started buying like elite gear, and then I just maxed out my renown, and then now I'm like 483. So now everything that I'm doing now is like just like I said, just picking up the gear, and like resets tomorrow, so the raids are going to reset tomorrow. But I just spent these mogul berries on the 420 neck piece. So, but right now, like I've already got the chest, I've got the helm, I've got the shoulders, I've got the ring, the utility belt. So just the other ring, the face piece I have right now, it's not even max, and it's already 420. Like, you know what I'm saying? Um, I've yet to get a 418 weapon, but that's fine. You know, I've gotten most of the elite blueprints for like the elite gear, so I can already start. Like, I can make this like I can make that a 422 ring, or excuse me, I can make that a 422 neck piece if I wanted to. I can make that a 422 ring. Um, Actually, I haven't even looked at that, but I do have the blueprints for them, I believe. And then yeah, so that's some extra stat bonuses right there as well. And then I think that also adds on to the what's it called? The Yeah, the affinity bonuses. Yeah, I mean, you get a pretty substantial buff just from that alone. It's kind of wild, but like the ring just from 2 levels is like 336. The neck piece, that's like a 421 stat buff. Um, I still got to get the 422 weapon or the 420 weapon, but you know what I mean. That's for my healer, jazz like that. So I'll probably start working on that next, but yeah, like I can already start working on like the exo materials fairly easy to get. I can actually literally probably go and build this right now. Like these two pieces, no lie though, but like these two pieces I can actually go and like probably build right now. Cause it's silicone wafers and then the or silicon wafer and then the overcharged matter and then shards and mogo probably aren't like that expensive. I just saw somebody selling 100 of them for like I don't even know, it was like 100K or something. So like shards and mogo, let me see shards mogo. Let's double check. So like let's say we want to buy 100. So they're selling for one shard is selling for like 100K right now. A little bit over 100K. So let's just see what's on the broker. That's 10. Okay. 25. Okay. 50 for 7 mil. It's not that bad. 82 for 8 mil. So yeah, so the cheapest stack of 100 I see right now is for 10 mil. Personally, I would probably wait because they're not that difficult to get, but you get the idea. Um, yeah. So, you consider it, that's like two, three, four, five if you account for the utility belt. So you're probably at that price, you're probably going to spend like 50 mil just, you know, um, just off of buying them on the broker. But I would personally like wait and just kind of farm them first and then kind of top them off, if you need to from just the broker and stuff like that, if you're missing anything for it. But yeah, so stuff like that. But yeah, so that's basically been that. And then, um, yeah, other than that, I'd say that's the main thing, because let's see, essence of borrowed power. I'm not sure how much that is on the broker, but yeah, that's basically been the main thing. I don't even think those might not even be on there right now. Oh wow. Either way, I'm gonna put one up there. Yeah, it's fine. Cause that's a whole aura, bro. Probably there's a feed attached to it too. But yeah, it's alright. So just stuff like that. And then yeah, it's basically kind of, like what I do in my in between, or like running Omni. I mean, I run Omni a lot for sure, cause like source marks, bro. You know, and then yeah, like I mean, I'm still working on these allies, but like you get the idea. Like I get it done. So like not even like in a like a crazy way, but it's just I get it done either way. So it's okay, but man, they be buying this stuff up on the PlayStation side. I went on the PC side, bro. Man, I was looking at the Legendary Alliance. I'm like, why are they so cheap? Like it's like they're like a third of the price on the PC side, bro. They're like PC side they're going for like 600K, bro. PlayStation side yesterday, bro, you could sell a Legendary Alliance for like 1.9 mil, almost 2 mil. You know what I mean? You're talking about almost 4 times the price. Wild. Like, just off of dcuo, bro. I'm like, dude, that's zany, bro. And then yesterday was funny. I think it was yesterday. There was a guy on stream. He popped up in the chat. And he was like, yeah, bro, I'm selling 179 ninth metal detectors for 10 mil. And I saw it in chat, and I was like, what? And I instantly ran to the broker, looked, and sure enough, on the PlayStation side, that shit said 10 ninth metal detectors for 10 mil. And I was like, no, that's PC for sure, because that don't even sound like PlayStation, bro. I'm telling you, they be taxing on PlayStation, bro. They be taxing on PlayStation for real, and people buy it, and I don't blame them. You know what I mean? It's like it's a premium, bro. But I don't look. I'm telling you, bro. But hey, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it at all. So that's why I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'll just wait. You know what I mean? And I'll get there as long as it works, I'll be okay. So yeah, but bro, I remember though, dude, this raid was something when it came out, bro. This raid was like Uno, bro. Like for real. Like, you know what I mean? There was a few raids like that. There was league-ending raids, bro. Was like a league-ending raid, bro. Like, respectfully, I'm telling you, bro. That shit would be beat, and then you'd be like, "Wait, man, I'm just trying to get my CR up." Nope. It's like you don't know the mechanics. That's tough. And then you go and become like one of the best players in the game, and you're just like, whoa, how did he do that? No, Josh. But he probably did, though. He probably did really like level up, and I think that's amazing. That's why sometimes you just gotta stand alone, man. Get it done. Stand alone and get it done. But no, I'm kind of exaggerating. It wasn't a league-ending raid, but it was definitely really difficult at the time, for sure. Let alone the elite version. Yep. I wouldn't kick you out of the league for not knowing how to run you in, bro. I'm just like, no. Alright. Yeah. There we go. That'll do. Let's let's see. Stacked monitor gauges. I'm just gonna get the gear because I'm still working on my other
Once
augs.
my father is free, our entire universe will be consumed by evil and sin. I'm opening a portal to
Just shadow boxing Trigon, bro. What a Monday, man. What a Monday. Let's see. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and clear that. That guy just DC'd. That's tough. Oh, I think there's somebody behind us though. That's alright. Vote yes to that. Alright. You're so edgy, bro. Goodness gracious. Alright. Respectfully. Let's get it. He's a tank though, so that'll help. Yeah.
Or shall I call it a ceremony? Finally, the greatest child of Trigon will be the bride of blood.
You did all of this to marry me? You're mad, blood.
Do not flatter yourself.
And you got that fit on, bro.
Father's blessing, you and I will rule Earth together.
I remember when that fit was in the game, like it was like one of like the newer
Not
pieces
while
of gear.
I still live.
It was pretty clean for its time.
We must
There's a lot of styles like that though. Dang near every style at that time was excuse me. Dang near every style at that time was a fit of its time, bro. Like there's very few styles that actually kind of missed, you know. That at least that I can think of. When that Mr. Miracle cape dropped, bro, everybody wanted the Mr. Miracle cape, bro. And then they came out with they had the original one, or I say they had, but they still have it. They have the original one, and then they have like the miraculous one, which is the one that you get from the vendor, which is basically it's like the same cape, but it just has energy flowing to it, and might even be cooler than the original, like the actual. Like, you know what I mean? Like the canonical one. But, yeah. Stuff like that. Right. Oh, good. But yeah, bro, so that's pretty much it. So when I'm not working on like, you know, my ults and stuff, I'm usually just running Omni, but granted, to be fair, I haven't cleared the 4 players and stuff yet on my ults. I'm probably going to though. I say probably, but I'm definitely going to because, yeah, for sure, for sure. And then, like I said, resets tomorrow, which is pretty cool because that's going to be all the raids and stuff. But yesterday we were running the 4 players, and just on like my main 4, what I would call like my main 4 rotation, dude, it took me like 4.5 hours to clear like all of the 4 players. Which I mean, I didn't mind. Like it didn't take like long for me personally. I don't think it was like that much of a grind, but it just goes to show like, imagine doing that consistently, like, you know. And then it's like, yeah, that stuff just adds up and stacks up. Oh, hold on, I gotta equip my mother box, bro. I got top DPS without my mother box, bro? That's crazy work, bro. Let's be for real for a second. Ads. I think we got all of the brothers though, so. No. There's still one more. There's Jared. I see him right there. I mean, there's like 5 of them, so in total there's technically like 6 bosses on the field for this round. Now, granted, they don't all spawn at the same time, but still 6 bosses in the same rotation. Another one. Do, 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 do. Good game, good game. He must be a battle healer or something.
You will have to forgive
He is a battle healer. Why is he what? He's a healer running. Why is he running? How does that work? Hold on, wait a second. That works for healers? I'm gonna have to look into that. I thought, never mind, don't worry about it. I'm gonna have to look into that. Because he's dang short or second DPS. And he's not even a DPS. It's the only two 200s that he has. Oh my gosh, why are they so close? Have mercy. Yeah, dude, they're like all of them. We still got the healer though, we should be okay. I don't know. Oh, he just got... Man, I just watched him get whacked, bro. As soon as I said that. Does he have Laz? What is his build for? Oh, that was a different guy. Oh, I was like, bro, what? Yo, I'm like, how is he running Hecate, bro? I didn't understand. I was like, is this some new meta? Like, I just had no idea about. You could just casually debuff with healers now? Like, that's, man, that would have been some ish, dog. Yo, bro would have actually changed the game for real. Bro would have changed the game for real. This burn is clean, bro. No, we gave him some space there, go around. Good stuff.
The people of this world do not know how close they came to an unending hell today. They were lucky to have you to stand up to supreme evil. I am sure they would thank you, as I do, my friend.
No. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm just here. Let's see what we have here. Alright. So, let's see. I guess I'll go ahead and switch tunes and then start working on these 4 players. Might as well. Because, yeah. So I'm going to pause stream and then swap. BRB. Cool. And we are back. Here, let me go ahead and make a separate tab. There we go. Just on some chill-ish, you know? And yeah, so let's see. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and queue up for the 4 players. So that's going to be basically just the 2 alerts. I could run the elite version, but I'm not going to because it's just not necessary. The same gear drops. It's just I think I do get a little bit more renown though, but it's the exact same gear drops though. In terms of renown, however, I'm at 700. Max renown is 6,500. So yeah, I thought it was about 7,000, but it's fairly close. Fairly close. So while I'm waiting for that to queue up, I'm going to go to Mogo and basically just clear through these dailies because, you know, it seems like the efficient thing to do. And yeah, I've got 28 Mogo berries right now, on this tune at least. So now on this tune also, I think I've completed the bounties. I know I've completed them on my Earth DPS Hizurchi. I've definitely completed them on my main, and I'm pretty sure I've completed them on this tune. So Level Wolf, I got started, but the team kind of just started doing its own thing towards like T6. So I have my other tunes, like my other alts I can run them on, but it's not particularly something I'm focused on right now. I'm just gonna fly over here.
Hey, I could use your help. Guardians are taking advantage of the situation. They're planting change in...
And then, yeah, that's pretty much it.
There you are. I'm sending your team to Rex. Sinestro's on Sentient City. Guy's already taken a squad there. When you're ready, you can use the teleporter to catch up. I'm heading to Metropolis, but I'll be monitoring your progress and I'll contact you with further instructions once you're in position.
Alrighty, let's get started. I actually kind of like this. I kind of like this alert. I don't know why. Probably because it's not particularly like long. Like it's kind of, I mean, even though you kind of fly through like 4 different places, but yeah. But I don't know. Most of the lantern stuff I actually enjoy. Truth be told. Even though I won't lie, this episode was a tad bit on the edgier side, but I don't say that as a critic. I say that like actually, it's kind of, you know what I mean? But you know, to be fair, they kind of alluded to that. Like they weren't. That was one of the things that they foreshadowed when they started doing the episode, or not the episodes, but the chapters. So yeah, I'm not necessarily surprised, but still, it was, you know, no critiques, but definitely, yeah, a little edgy. But the lantern stuff as a whole, I think, is pretty cool. I'll say that. Let's get it. Nice, nice. Let's see. I didn't pop a compound omega, so yeah, it's okay.
We've already started decrypting the intel you recovered, and we've learned that the Sinestro Corps has taken Green and Blue Lanterns prisoner. They're interrogating them in the Hall of Doom Armory.
50.3. Also, this group is pretty stacked as well. So
We've already started decrypting the intel you
yeah.
recovered, and we've learned that the Sinestro Corps has taken Green and Blue Lanterns prisoner. They're interrogating them in the Hall of Doom Armory. I'm sending you to free our brothers unarmed. Guy, I need you in Metropolis right away.
Sacrificed yourself over misguided loyalty to the Guardians. Well, what do we have here? You interrogate next.
Sheesh. I might go troll, but should be okay. It's just the ads and stuff, really.
Order Sinestro.
It's one thing to question prisoners of war, it's another to torture them. I'm glad you were able to put a stop to it. On the war front, Ranks is... It's one thing
Alrighty.
to question prisoners of war, it's another to torture them. I'm glad you were able to put a stop to it. On the war front, Ranks is unhappy. Our mission has provoked him into mounting a counterattack against our forces in Metropolis. Guy's already out there. I need you there as well. Some of our Green Lanterns out there are being overwhelmed by Ranks and the Sinestro Corps. Help any wounded Lanterns you find. Also, Ranks is deploying construct generators as part of his attack. Allow them to create and destroy constructs. Find those generators.
Cool, cool.
That should give them enough time to regroup. But Ranks isn't letting up. He's launching an attack in another district. Get over there and lend a hand. Ranks is indiscriminately firing orbital strikes towards Metropolis in an effort to terrorize the populace. On top of that, he's dropping blink bombs into the streets. They may not be as devastating as the larger ones, but the smaller ones are still dangerous. Bring it to one of our munitions experts for safe detonation. answering as calm. That concerns me. Why don't you head over to the
I'm gonna
JSA
fly
headquarters?
over
They've offered their HQ
to
as a triage center for our war effort.
this spot over
We'll know if
here,
you find
which
them
is the
there.
GSA
Thanks.
headquarters. Let's get it. There we are. Alright. Okay.
What the hell? It's the Sinestro Corps! Kick their asses out of here! That alarm is coming from the other room! There's still some intruders! We all failed. We all I feel is rage!
Gardner is succumbing to rage. Guy, don't let it control you. I need to get someone who can help. Try to calm Guy down.
Damn it. Ranks has done a bang-up job making Guy's anger paralyzed. We have to stop him before he does something he regrets.
Kind of locked in, but still chilling. You know, most of it, like I said, is just rinse and repeat. You know, when you're walking through content like this. Yep.
Saint Walker will use the blue light of hope to stabilize Guy.
Cool. Man, that burn is next level, dude.
Gather the crimson mist, and when it's full, we'll replace it.
Lantern Gardener is stable for now. Need Brother Worf's assistance to completely purge the rage from
On behalf of the Green
Game, good
Lanterns,
game.
and Guy in particular,
So, yeah, I'm probably just gonna hop back into the, what's it called?
Green Lanterns, and Guy in particular, thank you. But something is going to have to be done about Rex.
Either Mogo or the House of Legends. I'll probably hop into the House of Legends for now. Considering, yeah, we've been streaming probably for like almost 2 hours. Gonna take a little break, stretch a little bit. But yeah, dude, feel free to chill.
Green Lanterns,
I'll leave
and Guy in
chat
particular,
and stuff kind of going, and then
but something is going to have to be done
yeah.
about Rex.
think we're back. Yeah, I should be unmuted now. Alright, cool. Yeah, I went and took a little break, got a little movement in, and let's get back to it. Got a little protein shake type vibe. Yeah, so we just basically just ran strike team. Now I'm about to hop into the Mogo. Oh, I still gotta complete the defending Mogo raid. Dang, I didn't even know. I'm thinking I completed that on this tune. Or maybe I reset it. I don't know. One or the other, but either way, that's fun. I'll just queue up for both. I'll queue up for both. I'm glad I looked, because reset sure is tomorrow. Yeah, but it's all good. So I'm gonna queue up for both of those. And I'm sure there's probably somebody working on that as well. And then in between, I'm just gonna hop into Mogo and then just, yeah, basically just work on the stuff in terms of like the bounties and stuff. So we've got a Mogo Hank Henshaw spam in phase 1, and then I saw Arkelo in phase 3. So let's see. I'll go to the mop. La Mapa. So that one's full. So I'm gonna just go to Henshaw. Should be right over this waterfall here. Yeah, I think they're just doing a spam. Is that Beerus, bro? Oh my god. Yo, Beerus, bro. What's good, bro? Bro, it's Beerus, dog. Dog, that's next level, dude. Not gonna lie.
Council of Wonder Women was important because nothing is solved by individuals. Everything is a group effort.
Yeah. Well, that's what is that, man? Can we clear him in 60 seconds? Let's see. 50 seconds. Huh? I think we can. And look at the difference when I'm burning and when I'm not burning, bro. I see the difference, bro. Oh, he's doing a shield. Oh my gosh, bro. Even Henshaw was like, dang, bro. Like, my bad, bro. I lift, bro. What can I say, bro? Like, what do you want me to say? Alright, I'm done. I'll just re-queue up for it. It's fine. Nah, because they really made a cyborg Superman and gave him Yellow Lantern powers, bro. That's kind of wild when you think about it. Like, not only did they make cyborg Superman, but they're like, you know what, let's just give him a Yellow Lantern ring while we're at it. Like, that's... Bro. Like, Like, that's kind of cracked out, bro. I'm not gonna lie. A little bit, respectfully. I would clear that. Like, Cyborg Superman with a yellow lantern ring is zany, bro. It's actually kind of wild. Just saying. In case you forgot today. Alright. Good game, good game.
You've done well today. That said, Henshaw is quite persistent. Should he return to make a nuisance of himself, I trust you'll show him the error of his ways.
I wonder, does he have like the same, like, can he get like the red sun freaking buff that Superman gets too? Because if that be the case, man, that's crazy work. It probably doesn't hit the same though. Like, you know, it's not like the original. You know what I'm saying? The original is completely different. Yeah. All right. So I queued up again. See what gear we got. Got some gloves. Got some gauntlets. We've got gauntlets. 474 with those. We've got gauntlets.
Right down to his core.
It's okay. Gauntlets, mate. I saw. I conquered. I've got gauntlets, mate.
Okay, here's the situation. I'm on Sir and his crew.
Lullaby.
It's our job.
Was good. Was good. Alright, let's go. Gauntlets, mate. Alright. Where are your gauntlets? Where is my squad? What you doing, man? You over there looking. That's crazy, bro. Ain't no way he just stood there. Nah, that's wild. You see this hammer on my back, bro? Bro. I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. Why are you disbanding? Oh my gosh, bro. I can't believe you've done this. They just disbanded, bro. Bro, I can't believe they just did that, bro. You wanna know why they just disbanded? Because my gauntlets were too strong. They couldn't handle my gauntlets. They couldn't handle my gauntlets. My gauntlets were too strong for them. There's so much aura oozing from my gauntlets. It was passively. It was like Ryatsu, dog. Alright. Like so much aura. Where does he get it from? I don't know. I don't know. I just show up, man. That's all. I just chill for real. I just be chilling for real. I just aura hacks a 488, bro. That's crazy. My hockey must be something else, man. I'm telling you. I feel like Luffy on Fishman Island, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, what's going on? I don't understand what's going on. I don't get it. I don't know why. It's my gauntlets. Exactly. My gauntlets. That's how bro sounds. Alright, I'm not doing that again. Go ahead. Go ahead now. gonna definitely pick up these mogo berries. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Man, they really couldn't handle my gauntlets, bro. That's crazy work. Oh, that's elite? No, I'm not doing elite right now, bro. Alright. Soba gauntlet. Alright. Super Saiyan. Okay. Protecting Mogo. Let's go. Let's try this again. Well, I should be the same, dude. No, it's not. Okay.
Okay, here's the situation. I'm on
I think he's
Surin's
had enough
patrol
hockey today.
It's our job.
It's still early, though. Respectfully. It's clearly the gauntlets. Alright. Boop, boop, boop. Alrighty. We got 2 tanks, bro. And both of them are battle tanks. How much you want to bet? If I'm be pulling each other's aggro. That's what 2 tanks do. Thank you very much. Tanks a lot. I tank you understand what I'm saying. Alright. I think you get the gist now. Alright. Okay. Look, this is what you do. You pull him over there. Yeah. No, 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 come here. There you go. You got him. You just gotta pull the aggro. The aggro. La 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 la. There you go. Now hit the crystal. That's how you do it. It goes so fast. Okay. Alright. No, again. Come on. Bring him over. Nah, running Omega as a tank is wild, bro. That is not necessary. I saw those Omega beams. What are you doing with those as a tank, bro? It's not that. I know you're a battle tank, but that's excessive. Oh. Okay. I got shoulders. Shoulders. Alright, bro. Hold on. Let me go ahead and get these ads real quick. Bro got ads like pre-roll. Let's go. Alright. Hold on, I'm trying to get this console right there. Out of this. rocks were protecting it, you know. Collateral damage. Alright, come on, come on, come on. Bro. There we go. Run. 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 Alright, there we go. That's a cool math game right there. Wow. Yo. Get it, bro. If I stream Run 2, would y'all watch it, bro? I'd watch it. I'd watch myself stream Run 2, bro. That sounds lit. Legit. If I stream cool math games, would y'all tap in, bro? What y'all know about cool math games, bro? Y'all forgot. It's alright. I didn't forget. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Alright, let's get it. Goodness gracious, that thing has clapback. Hold on. Don't you do it! Get away from that. There we go. I saved it. Saved it. We got it. Saved it. See? You stay back from that! Alright. This is a freaking NFL linebacker build. Just lunges up the freaking accordion. Man. It's one heck of a Monday right there, dude. Here you are, guarding this cave, and then here comes this NFL linebacker with shoulders like NFL linebacker shoulders. Like, you know, what else is there to say? I done already explained it in the first part. Like, alright, let's get it. You see that ad over there? Which one should I go for first? I'm gonna go for that one. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get him. Mink. Got him. Mink. Look, you see how you just got... Look, you just got laid out. Hey! That's tough. Got laid out. I'm telling you. NFL linebacker shoulders, bro. Crazy. It's worse because he's got freaking munitions, bro. So it's like... But like in a good way. You know? Like if the shoulders weren't enough. You know? It's like he's got the shoulders and he's got freaking missiles. Like, nah, bro. That's just... Nah. And the icing on the cake is the Harley Quinn hammer. Like, you can't forget, you know what I'm saying? Just for the culture. There we go. Alright. This will do. This works. Alright. This is not hype. This is dcuo. Alright. We cleared it, right? Let's get it.
This is the central core. They show Bogo's primary crystals from yellow. We need to turn communicator. Take out the devices on either side of a crystal to restore the...
Oh. Alright. Now we gotta go ahead and burn these ads. So we can clear the final boss.
Good job. You restored the green light to a facility.
Alright. A monster, bro. Look at the top of his cranium, bruh. It's like iridescent, bro. It's like his eyebrows is like a different like texture. It's like iridescent, bro. Oh my gosh, yo, the tank just got... Dang. Yo. Dang. That's tough. Alright, so, let's go ahead. Good revive though. Good res. Good res. All right, so I'm gonna get the other crystal, so we can make sure that we can knock the shield off, so we can save the day. All right, let's get it. Now we go ahead. Ooh, we gotta roll out of that. Then we go over here. And then yeah. All right. And then yeah, we just do that a couple times, and that's pretty much this 4-player. Dude. Good job. Alright. Let's see, so got another rotation of this. So change this to Green Lantern Crystal. And then we hop over here. And then we change this one to Green Lantern Crystal. And then we hop over here, and then we change this one to a Green Lantern Crystal. And there we go. It's like a DIY YouTube video, bro. It's like, what's up, guys? Today I'm gonna show you how to DIY defending Mogo. Okay, so the first thing, oh, excuse me. Okay, so they just let me know it's protecting Mogo. So we're running protecting Mogo regular. Okay, so the first thing is you see these consoles over here, right? So you're gonna wanna, before I just okay. So he tried to go tanks me, but I got out of it. So I'm a pop a cola, right? Okay. And then after I pop the cola, I'm gonna basically hop over here, okay? And then I'm going to hit this console. And when I hit this console, it's basically going to allow me to hit the other console. Okay, we already cleared it, so. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure you subscribe and follow for more DIY dcuo tutorials, okay? Yeah.
Damn it. Jordan at command.
Let's
Someone
get
go
it.
after Amon Sur. We need to help Mogo out down here.
That's how you do it, man. Now let's see if we can get. I just realized that defending Mogo is the 4-player. Got you. We got you. So that's the 4-player. So. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. Man, look at all these ads. It's like a National Geographic video. It's like, as you can see, the Cordians are in their natural habitat. If we just gotta get those Mogo berries. Let's see if we can get it without them seeing us. We just go on. Dun 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 dun. All right, I'm gone. There we go. That's how you do it. No one near him. Where did it go? Did they just? Bro, where'd you do it? Where'd you? Did I already? You know what? This is fine. I guess I already dropped it in there. All right, so I'm gonna just get another one. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. All right. So I'm gonna queue up for defending Mogo. That's the 4-player or the 8-player. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I think both of my alts right now are the same CR. They're both 474. So I just got a trinket. I can give that trinket to my troll. And then 474. I got some troll gear. I'm gonna see how my troll can utilize the gear. So I'm just going to swap over to my troll and then add that gear in. So that's gonna be the pantalones, and then that's also going to be the back piece, and then probably I think that's basically it when it comes to the troll gear thus far. So I'm gonna go to my base, and basically for my base I'm gonna save in my builds.
Nice. Took care of business with a quickness. Thanks a
Oh
lot.
yeah, that is how we get it done. Realm Rising. So once we're in the base, we save in the build. We save in the build. We swap the build. The build is swappable in the base from being saved in. That's how you get it done. Alright. Gotta reset. Gotta reset. Alright. So we got some new gear. The pantalones, the shoulders, the gloves. Okay. That's saved in. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. So now I'm probably just gonna add in. So we need the legs, the chest, the back, and the hand mods. Leg, chest, back, hands. Yep. For the DPS side. Chest, back, leg, hands. Do. So core strength. Yes. Berserker. Yes. Then any of those work because I don't have that in my build, but still good. And then yeah, that's saved in. I'll double check to make sure that it's saved into my armory. And then on this side, feet, legs, chest, back, pretty much all of them. Yeah. So I think everything except for the weapon, but nope, need that one too. Okay, that's fine. So we'll go with Tumbling Master for added evasiveness, can be helpful with the troll side of things. I don't remember which one I'm running for the troll in terms of debuffing. None of them, so that's fine. Same thing. And then where's that at? That'll do. That'll do. Okay. Then power efficiency, reserve tank. Penetrating strikes. It depends. If I'm like more of a battle troll, that would be good. Um, yeah, I could go with that for the battle trolling side, for sure. And then, Let's see, breakout region. I'll probably throw in Berserker as well for that as well. And then escalating replenishing procs. It's actually pretty good. Yep. And then the hands and the hands, neck, and weapon. Hands, neck, and then the weapon. So let's see. This is gonna be. Oh, I think I already added that one. Nope, not yet. And then what's that one? Power. No, improved stealth. Improve stealth. Alright, max damage or power channeling? Probably. I mean, regenerative shielding wouldn't be bad either, but I would probably say max damage. Just because. Now let's swap that one. Probably add replenishing adapter, that's the one. And then that's pretty much it, yeah. And then the last slot would be the helm slot. So that one we can go with what's the name of the supercharge? It was an MRT, activation protection system. There we go. MRE rather. Cool. And then I'll add in the trinket for a troller, and I guess I might as well. I mean, I could keep the OMAC trinket, to be fair. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I just pulled a hair on my mustache, and I felt that, but it's okay. All right, so let's see. Yeah, let me save in this build. This should be good for the troll side. And then swap back over. Cool. 43 Mogo berries. Alright. So I'm still queued up for defending Mogo. So we got that on standby. ROE SM spam. Dude. Nice. Should I hop in? I could hop in. I could definitely hop in. I think in terms of source marks right now, I'm at 37. So, yeah. Yeah. Damn. I think as soon as I said that, I got queued in for. Oh. Oh. I think it'll just null it. I mean, it's alright. Yeah, it's cool. Shit. You're gonna be like, nah, bro, we need you in Mogo. It's like, dude, it'll be okay. It's fine, you know? But, yeah, bruh. So, overall, though, yeah, man. So, pretty much, I didn't even realize that I still had this the raid to run on that tune, on this tune, and it's not a bad thing, because it's like, well, I just kind of was like, just passively like running through content and stuff. So, it happens. But yeah, so I think I still got queued in, bro. I'm gonna let them know. I'm telling you, they're like, yo, we need you. I was like, bruh, because I already queued in. That's hilarious. Be like, dang, I can't even click to freaking send a tell, bruh. What's up? What's up with that? Damn, that's tough. There we go. I got it now. I'm going to be like, feel free to start. Got queued in DMR. Yeah. I thought it was like, it would just null it, but they were like, nah, bro, you already accepted it. And I was like, alright, I'll be alright. Don't worry about it. You know? Yeah. I know. We're good, though. Yeah. All good. But I mean, to be fair, reset is tomorrow, so it's definitely good that I'm running this as we speak, because, part of me would be like, man, I got that free run in, or rather, like, I had the chance to get that free run in, and I didn't get it, and I'd just be like, you know what I mean? Whereas, like, something like ROE or like USR, I can just hop in like anytime, and it'll be okay, you know. Yeah. But yeah, man, it's pretty chill. So I think I'm probably gonna, I don't know, probably going to swap to my alt after this, and then work on that tune. Cause yeah, might as well. But I mean, dude, we're almost like, to be fair, we're almost like 475, which is pretty nice. Pretty nice. I mean, between like the stabilizer gear and stuff, getting to 480 is fairly easy, fairly simple. So I'm at least getting close to 480, I'll say. I haven't spent any mocha berries really on my alts as well, so that's definitely been, kind of helpful in a lot of ways. But yeah, most definitely. Yes, sir. Yeah. But I guess question of the day for this stream, for this episode, I'll say, is like rather, what currently is your favorite power in the game? As of 2025. Yeah, you can, bro. You can, it's okay. I'll join in a few.
More of those machines. Destroy them.
Yeah. Yes, sir. But yeah, plus I don't want to like, you know, stop you all from running because I know how that is sometimes once y'all get like a group going and then, you know, there's like some, you're in that flow state, you know what I mean? Once it's flowing, right? So I get that. But yeah, I think currently in terms of 2025, my favorite power, well, I think for me personally, my favorite power hasn't really changed over the years. I think it's always kind of been electric. I've always just kind of enjoyed electric. I think that that power is just pretty much, even when electric was like pretty fodder, because at the time prior to the revamp, electric was kind of struggling, not gonna lie, but it's gotten a lot better over the years once they started like, you know, reworking the powers and stuff. But I would definitely say that yeah, I think electric, to be fair, I would say is my favorite. And then um let's see, I'll just give you like my top 5. Electric is definitely at the top. I still like Quantum a lot, even though I don't really play Quantum as much. I used to play Quantum way more back in the day. I hear a lot of flack about Quantum these days, but I personally, it's just kind of ironic because it's kind of like it's like a flip, you know. There's like Quantum was like one of the best powers in the game, and like I still think it's really good, but I just think that the powers are just a lot more balanced now, so Quantum doesn't necessarily get as much runtime with most people. But I mean, just like Electric, personally, I just find it to be really aesthetically pleasing. You know, I like Quantum a lot, and it's just always been one of my favorite powers. And I guess to add on some other lore, like, I guess technically my second oldest tune, I think might actually be a Quantum tune. So outside of my main, I think my second oldest tune is Quantum. So there's that. But, and I have yet to switch the power. Like, I didn't change the name or the power for that tune. I've always just had the same kit since like I made that tune. But I just focused way more on my main over the years. But Quantum definitely is up there. I like Earth a lot as well, for sure. I'd say self-explanatory, but I know that's like, to me it's self-explanatory. But I really do enjoy Earth a lot. I think Earth, quite honestly, is my favorite tank power. Always has been. I'd say my second favorite's probably Fire, easily. You know, I like Atomic. Atomic's cool, don't get me wrong, but like Fire is just it's the OG power, bro. You know what I'm saying? My very first character was a Fire character. Like when I started this game, I automatically just, you know, not trying to sound edgy or anything, but legit, Earth and Fire are probably my two favorite tank powers. And they're also probably the two most misunderstood out of the tank powers. Like, I think most people tend to pander to Rage. I don't really have a lot of takes on Rage because I haven't like really explored the Rage kit to its fullest. Like Rage and Water, I think, are the two powers I could definitely tinker around with more, for sure, even to this day. But yeah, for sure, for sure. So that's, you know, that would be pretty cool. But definitely, yeah, I would say Rage tends to be the more popular tank power. And then Ice is really good. I like Ice too in terms of tanking and DPSing. I'm pretty neutral when it comes to just like it as a power, because like, I mean, it's great, you know, but I just prefer Fire. And then Atomic. I have an Atomic tank in DPS as well, so Atomic I'm pretty neutral with as well. I like Atomic. You know, when Atomic came out, it was pretty hype. A lot of people switched to Atomic. A lot of people liked it. It's still really good. It was really good when it came out. It's always been like pretty good, you know. So it's hard for me to really like say anything. I mean, not that I would say anything bad about Atomic, but you know, I don't really have any critiques. I think Atomic is probably, holistically speaking, I think is the most based, like, well-rounded tank, if I had to say. Um, and then I'd probably say Fire, ironically, I think is probably like a close second. I know some people would probably disagree with that, and they probably say like Rage and stuff. But the thing about Rage that a lot of people forget sometimes is that Rage is kind of like a little bit more technical. Like, I wouldn't necessarily call Rage like an entry level power, whereas Fire, I feel like, is a little bit more beginner friendly, but it's also still really good. So like, that's the thing. Like, a lot of the things that people like in Rage, Fire has, but just less complicated, if that makes sense. So without the Rage crash as well, which is, I think, you know, its own kind of technicality, but you know, like I say, I can understand why people like the power. I think it's cool too. It's just way more technical. There's a lot more that goes into it, you know, stuff like that. But yeah. But personally, for sure, I'd say Earth. Earth and Fire probably my two favorite tanks. But I would put Earth on that list, like above Fire for sure. And then I like Nature. Nature as well. That one's always kind of gotten me some flack, to be fair, like over the years, because you know I feel like people are kind of seeing the vision now. They didn't see it at first. They were like, "How do you like? Why do you like Nature?" Like, people thought Nature was like boo boo, and I'm like, dude, Nature is great if you know how to use it. But I think outside of Electric, Nature is probably my most used like healer, like DPS healing power. It's usually on my main. It's usually the one that I swapped back and forth between a lot. You know, yeah, I like Nature a lot. The DOTs were pretty nice. If you you know, you knew how to kind of stack them, and I know they recently came out with that Spore ability a few months back, so that helped out Nature a lot. But I would say Nature is pretty cool too. And then for the fifth slot, let's say, not in order, but what will we say for the fifth slot? I think for the fifth slot, I would actually probably pick. That's actually a good question. So I'd say Electric, Earth, Quantum, Nature. What would be my fifth slot power? Good question. Honestly, I like munitions. Excuse me. I like munitions a lot. You know, I'm not gonna lie. When munitions came out, it was pretty cool. I think that's another one of those powers that's kind of like, kind of niche. You know what I mean? You can put up some really good numbers with munitions though, but you know, it's kind of like gadgets. Like, it's basically gadgets on steroids in a lot of ways, but gadgets is still really strong. But I think munitions is just like, munitions is just more fun, personally. Gadgets can be fun too, though. But gadgets is just like, if you would just want to go through and like clear, you know, go for it. But munitions is just like very smooth. It's like very just, you go in, you get your build going, it just gets it done. You know, it's kind of hard to describe munitions in a lot of ways. Not that I can't, but it's just like, you got to use the power, get a really good build going, and you'll know what I mean. You know, it's like melting butter. You know, like even that second DPS. You know what I mean? Like I'm just passively having a conversation with y'all. I didn't even pop a compound Omega that go around. You know, but yeah, bro, munitions, and this is munitions prec, which is like dang near not even a thing. Like nobody runs prec munitions, bro. Nobody runs prec munitions. Everybody that runs munitions has like Omega, you know, might base. Like nobody runs prec munitions, bro. I'm telling you. So yeah, but once again, I've been running prec for like on this character for quite a minute. You know, it's been a while. I mean, all my main tunes are prec. But yeah, so that would be like my top five. Um, if I had to put it in order, I would probably say electric, earth, quantum, nature, munitions. Yeah, in that order. But yeah, so that's the question of the day, question of the stream. What's your favorite power? 20. It could be in 2025, or it could be of all time. It could be top five favorite powers. However you want to answer that. You know. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and throw in. That didn't take long at all, actually. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw in this Dom mod, and then I think I've got a Vite mod that I can throw in as well. Do I have any prec mods? Okay. Cool. So that's pretty much that. And then I think most of the gear, I got some shoulders. My shoulders are already 416 on this. So I'll check my troll. See if he can use the shoulders. Oh, that's gonna be a nice little buff. Yes, sir. 465. Cool. Let's see, they still got an open spot. Let's see, just finished. Invite. There we go. And then I'll go to my DPS. Let's get it. I know sometimes they're like pretty fast though when it comes to source mark spam. Like it's, you know, people are doing those like round the clock. All good. Yes, sir. All good. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, people do those around the clock. So, you know, those are pretty efficient to, you know, build groups for stuff like that. For sure, for sure. For sure. Yeah. For sure. But yeah, I'll probably just swap to I'm probably gonna swap to my alt and then start running the four players on my other tunes, cause like yeah, you know, while you know, keeping that momentum going and such. But yeah, so I'm gonna pause stream real quick and then pivot over, and I'll see y'all in a few. All right, so on my other tune, let's get it. So yeah. So this is my Earth tank slash DPS. So we're at 474 CR right now, and then I'm basically going to. Yeah, what's up? Sounds good. Nice. But yeah, so I'm basically going to just go ahead and, kind of start clearing and stuff like that. But let's see what we've got here. So, let's see. I think this should be okay here. And then let's see. So this will be. Yeah, I think this build will be perfectly fine. And then, yeah, just kind of changing the style a little bit. Yo, what's good? What's good? Yeah, so I'm basically going to hop into same formula. Same formula, just, hopping in, clearing it, and then let's go ahead and let's see what this is going to be. This is okay, so I cleared the raids on this tune. So we've got the alerts. Pivot over here. Queue up for those. And then that's pretty much it, I would say. Might change the style just a tad, because I'm already wearing that cape on another tune. It's a cool cape though, I like that cape. But yeah. Alright. This will do. And then do I want to change the boots? Yeah, those boots look good. Nothing crazy, just a simple, well, I would consider it to be a pretty simple, clean style.
Yeah, here's the situation. Amon Sur and his crew are trying to weaken and corrupt Moga. It's our job.
Let's get OJ. Thanks. Alright. Oh, nice. We got a 488 troll. That's going to be amazing. Let's get it.
Those machines are weakening Mogo. Take him out.
I'm ready.
Sort of ginormous yellow construct just joined the fight.
Good. Oh yeah, bro. So I'm pulling that guy. Nice, nice. Probably gonna host some later on at least. Once I clear through this stuff. Yeah, I don't think I, did I pop a compound?
More of those machines.
No, I
Destroy them.
didn't. That's alright then. We're good. Yeah. Cool. That's great, man.
Those circuits are corrupting the whole brain. Secure them.
Fly over here. Somebody must have flew in there already. Yeah. It was fast.
They sent a heavy engineer to the left circuit.
Traits. Put that in the skill tree.
circuit's getting fixed by a heavy engineer. Get him.
Where? Oh, right there. All right. That's done as well.
Center circuit. This is the central core. They filled Mogo's primary crystals with yellow energy. We need to turn them green again. Take out the devices on either side of a crystal to restore their green light.
But yeah, either way, you know. Great vibes, great vibes. So after this, I'll have Level Wolf to clear with. And yeah, he's like 467. But I haven't, I could get some gear for him, but I've been kind of holding off as of right now, because considering, like, he's my might DPS, but because, like, he's not necessarily in my main rotation, I'm not, like, super worried about getting the gear for him immediately, but I'm still going to get the gear, you know, at some point. Yeah. It's just, you know, my main priorities has been, like, my main 3, and then, yeah. Especially since, like, once you get the DPS side going, like, it's really just, you know, it's just, like, crazy at that point, you know? For sure, for sure. Yeah. Okay, I was standing here, that fixed it. Oh, good. Got you on this side. Cool.
It's over. You're done. Now, you want to tell us what you were up to in here, Amon?
You'll find out soon enough, Jordan. You and your pathetic cause.
Damn it. Coordinate command. Someone go after Amon's source. We need to help Mogo out down here.
Not bad, not bad. Let's see. Yeah. Oh. I just went in and then didn't even pop the compound, so yeah. That'll do. Let's see what we have, bro. Let's see. So that's gonna be. I'll probably. I think I'll buy them off the broker instead. Let's get like 2, maybe 3. That should do. Then of the colas. Have I been not? Maybe I haven't been running like compounds on this too. Probably have. Probably had a few, but I'd have
The
to
math
double check.
behind this is complicated.
Man. Nitro. I have nitros. Nutries. I need the flex odors. I probably bought them. Let's see. Those are the plans. I wouldn't necessarily need it, but let's see. Where's he at? The shaded comic is pretty nice, but yeah, it's all good. Alright, so I'm going to save those plans. And then make some colas.
Good work.
Thanks. That should be good for now. Cool. And swap those out with just the regular one. Should be good. So that's pretty cool. Alrighty. Yeah, so just waiting for the cube. And then that's pretty much it. In between, I can run to Mogo. I think they're still spamming Henshaw in phase 1, so I don't think I've cleared that stuff on these tunes, but there's a ton of content, man. A ton of content. It's good though, but trust, when you've got multiple tunes and stuff like that, oh dude, it's a ton of content. Yeah. But I dig it. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and fly over here.
They picked the wrong core to mess with. Keep it up.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Let me go ahead and quit the mission. Man, mid clash, bro. They'll probably still be spamming it.
Guy's not answering his
They're on the
phone.
final boss.
That concerns me.
Ah, that's
Why don't
fine.
you head over to the JSA headquarters? They've offered their HQ as a triage center for our war
Are they
effort.
really on the final boss?
Let me know if you find him there.
Yeah, I guess somebody just quit.
Mogo's sensors indicate that the crimson mist is being drawn to Bleeze in the JSA headquarters. We're teleporting in a Star Labs mist collection container. Use it to gather the crimson mist.
How long have they been in here for?
I'll turn the tables. This won't hurt much.
Come close to me, ally. I will purge the rage from you.
Yeah. Maybe like probably what happened was somebody left like mid instance, and then it just, you know, they were just looking to fill a slot, but yeah.
Hold my willpower.
It's all good though. Says Hello Kitty voted yes to reopen instance. I'm just gonna queue into a fresh lobby. There we go. But yeah, I think for the most part, that's gonna be like just the flow state of it. Like, yeah. Good game, good game.
You've done well today. That said, Henshaw is should he return,
So that's gonna be okay. We're at 58 level berries right now, so it's pretty good. Shoulders 415. Those are gonna be. Just being patient, you know. I mean, nothing wrong with a little pause in between, you know. Type 5. But it's all good.
You and me, we got this, right, friend?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And get like 3 pieces of free gear basically every day. Just from doing the dailies.
Listen up. There's refugees in need out there. Some are
Tough. Oh. Putting in reps. Do 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 do. One up here. That's done.
Nice. You took care of business with a quickness. Thanks a lot, buddy.
There you are. I'm sending your team to Rex. Sinestro's on Sentient City. Guy's already taken a squad there. When you're ready, you can use the teleporter to catch up. I'm heading to Metropolis, but I'll be monitoring your progress, and I'll contact you with further instructions once you're in position. Great, you made it to Rex. Guy will lead your team from here. Wait, where's Guy? Let me guess, he went ahead without you. Fine, you'll catch up. You need to find any data you can about Rex's security and defenses. We're looking for any capabilities or information about their plans. started decrypting the intel you recovered, and we've learned that the Sinestro Corps has taken Green and Blue Lantern. decrypting the intel you recovered, and we've learned that the Sinestro Corps has taken Green and Blue Lanterns prisoner. They're interrogating them in the Hall of Doom Armory. I'm sending you to free our brothers in arms. Guy, I need you in Metropolis right away.
Alright, I'm just gonna fly. I think I already cleared the filming logo on this film. So I'm actually clearing it faster than I did yesterday. Well, I guess, nah, I mean, somewhat. I still have level to work on. So, but that's all good. I don't really mind just like clearing through it. It's not, the content is fine. It's just, there's no really anything. That's the thing. It's just the process. It's the grind. You know, there's no cheat code for it. You know, it's just putting in the work. Not glamorous. It is what it is. I don't mind that. Downloaded some other games though. I was thinking about I mean, don't get me wrong, DCO isn't going anywhere. I'm still gonna make DCO content for sure. I've been making DCO content for years, so you know that's not going anywhere. But definitely I was brainstorming, I was thinking about other games. You know, I know Warframe has been a staple on the channel. I'm probably going to, on my off time, I'm gonna just look up like some Warframe videos, because it's been a while. I used to look up a lot of Warframe content, but I haven't really like looked up some content for Warframe in a while. Just kind of seeing where the game is at right now, kind of seeing the current state of things, because I like Warframe a lot. Don't get me wrong. Like the last phase of it I got into, I was like really getting back into it, and it was pretty cool. That was kind of like when I was farming a lot of arcanes and such. I got really efficient with it. So yeah, definitely I'm gonna, you know, look up some Warframe content and see where things are at, and then I'd say like, yeah, dude, I don't know, like, you know, just yeah, just like thinking about different games to play and such. So, yeah. That's pretty much it. I was thinking about even like GTA, you know, like GTA 5 I think would be pretty cool to stream. Especially because there's just so much on GTA 5, you know, where it's just like, there's just hours of content on GTA 5, you know? Like, there's so much on GTA 5, you know? And it kind of reminds me, like, ironically, it kind of reminds me of this in a lot of ways, where it's just like you can just log in and just legit just like crank out like hours, you know what I mean, of just doing stuff like content and such. And I haven't really made GTA 5 content in a while as well. Like I used to make GTA 5 content a lot more, like pre-monetization, like in my early YouTube days and such. I never really streamed it fully on Twitch, but
Ranks isn't letting up. He's launching an attack
I
on
think
another district
where I'm at
later in
currently
the day.
with things and like, you know, when it comes to like streaming and such, I could definitely see myself making more GTA content. But I'm also not trying to like bounce around a bunch of different games either. Like, cause that's the thing when it comes to, you know,
Ranks is
streaming and such.
indiscriminately firing
It's
cluster
like
strikes towards Metropolis.
conceptually you think like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna play like all these different games and et cetera, et cetera. And like you could do that as a variety streamer. Like you know, I've seen people do it. To say that it's not possible is kind of like it's not true. Like, you know what I mean? If you've got, you know, I don't want to like act like I have all the answers, but the truth is like if you're amicable and you can hold an audience and you are just engaging and the game is engaging, it's very plausible to be a variety streamer and do that like consistently. You know, I've seen people do it. That's been a thing for years. You know, so it's like it's just one of those things where like, you know, I think for the most part that it boils down to more so like the content creator. You know, I think a lot of times where it's like if the content creator is able to, you know, develop themselves in a way to where they can do variety streaming, then yeah, go for it, you know. But not everybody is, you know, is a variety streamer, and that's the thing, right? So things like that, you know, I definitely keep in mind, but for the most part, like it's very possible. Do I consider myself to be a variety streamer? Not necessarily. I think I'm more so kind of like I've always kind of been like more niche, you know, whether it was just with like the music and then, you know, production and things of that sort, or just like editing. Um, because I also got like, you know, pretty well connected when it came to just like editing videos or just like producing content, you know, whether it's for myself or just like in different communities and stuff like that. So that was pretty cool, but yeah, and then even like from the production side of things, like, you know, just jazz like that. I guess what I'm getting at is like my path hasn't always just been about me, and like I've kind of just like leaned into that. Like it doesn't bother me, not in like a, you know, you can still have a backbone and like, but still be like of service. You know what I mean? It's like it's a nice balance though. You know, I can respect it because like I don't. That's why a lot of times like I'll make content, but I'm not like I don't always need to be like, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's kind of I've had a unique path in certain ways. You know, I don't want to like I said, I don't want to toot my own horn, but my path has been kind of unique in certain ways. But you know, I also think like definitely, I think if you are a content creator, if you're streaming stuff like that, and you're trying to like build an audience and stuff, yeah, there's different ways to the mountain, like to climb the mountain. You know, I don't think there's like a one size fits all strategy per se. You know, some people say, oh yeah, just post a bunch of TikTok content and you know that'll work. And I'm like, cool. Personally, I might make a post like every once in a while on TikTok, but usually I just focus on streaming and like people just show up, you know, and like I mean I don't have like a crazy amount of followers, but you know, it's like I think it's sufficient enough for me for where I'm at. And then yeah, but also, you know, I don't sleep on the platforms and stuff like that as well. So, yeah. But I think the majority of my rotation has really been like Warframe, dcuo, I played Dokkan, which was like a mobile game. I used to play Brave Souls. I still play Brave Souls, but I haven't played in a while because I kind of like really like maxed out in that game. So it's like there's stuff for me to do, but it's very just like mostly just like summoning for new tunes or new units and stuff like that these days. But um, yeah. And then what else? How about stream? Yeah, I'd say Warframe, dcuo, Brave Souls, Dokkan. That's really been my main rotation over the past couple of years, ironically. Like, you'd think like I'd stream like a ton of games, like, nah. I've usually focused on like the same couple of games. Um, but yeah, I think like games I would like to add to the kit, I think, I definitely think GTA 5 would be pretty cool. I'm also like games that are like more long term, you know, as well. So like I think that's really cool. I've been thinking about Black Desert Online a lot, which is like a Korean MMO. It's kind of like this, but it's not it's like this, but it's different for sure. And anybody that's played this, I mean, this was some years ago, but I remember like when Black Desert Online came out or was in the works, you know, like they were talking about how like basically that game and this game were kind of like parallels, not in the sense that they were similar, but a lot of like whether it been creators or stuff like that during that time, you know what I mean? They were kind of like there was just good sentiment. There was good sentiment around the game, and at that time I was definitely younger, but when I got, you know, as I got a little bit older and stuff like that, and I finally looped around to Black Desert Online and started playing it, it's actually a pretty good game. It's pretty cool. It's like I don't know, it's kind of like Skyrim with the edge, bro. Like they've got like other stuff in that game too. Like you can like cook and like fish and all this other stuff too in there, but it's also still like a full-blown like battle MMO. You know what I mean? Where they got the different classes and skill trees, and it's pretty cool, you know. But yeah, that's another game I would say for sure. I've been thinking about a lot. So if I had to say like the top maybe 3 games, 2 or 3 games I've been kind of brainstorming have been, I'd say Black Desert Online, GTA 5, um, Minecraft. I feel like is just Minecraft. Like that's just self-explanatory. Like I don't even have to explain that. But at the same time, you know, it's like it depends because I feel like Minecraft is like you could sit and probably clear Minecraft in 1 session. You know, and that's the thing. Like depending on how good you are, of course, but stuff like that. You've got Minecraft. I don't know if I'd put Minecraft in like my main rotation per se, but I've been thinking about like COD. COD has been looping back to me a lot. I know that they just announced this new one that's coming out in November. I think it's COD 7. I think it's like Black Ops 7 or something. So I'm kind of just like waiting for that because it doesn't, to me, it doesn't make sense to buy BO6 if they're about to, you know, release BO7. It just doesn't make sense for me. But you know, that's a couple months away. That's like close to Christmas, you know. So there's still some time before, you know, COD 7 drops, and then, you know, in between, like I say, from a content creation perspective, I think that's like my main like if I was like looking forward, like saying like looking ahead, you know what I mean? What kind of content am I like charting out? I would keep the same rotation, but then like the ones I would add, I would say probably like yeah, like BO7 I think would be clean. Um, you know, but like I say, that's later in the year, and then you've got um what's it called? GTA 5, Black Desert Online, Marvel Rivals, and Overwatch 2. I think are like the same. I probably put in like the same. What's it called? The same tier. I kind of consider them two peas in a pod. I like Rivals a lot. I played Overwatch 2 a couple months back on the channel, and that was pretty fun. But Rivals is pretty cool too. I've been getting into like Marvel Rivals more. Um, so that would be like the fourth slot, and then the fifth slot I think is just interchangeable. You know, it's just like I think that could be just like I would almost kind of throw in like that variety streamer spin for that fifth slot, you know, like whether that be like a cool indie game that I find or like I don't know, like just something niche in that regard or even like another niche MMO. But between I'll be honest, between Warframe, this game, and then BDO, you know, Black Desert Online, those are already some pretty stacked MMOs. And then, of course, like I mean, GTA isn't necessarily an MMO, but it's you know what I mean. It's kind of it's a role playing game in a lot of ways. So you know, there's definitely some there's some good titles there. And then yeah, like I say, that fifth slot I think is just interchangeable. Like you know, that could be any good game I come across, whether that be like I still haven't played God of War Ragnarok yet. I played the first one, but I haven't played Ragnarok yet. I would like to. Um, I still haven't completed Marvel. What's it called? What's the new Spider-Man? You know, the Miles Morales one. Like I started some of it, but I think playing that on stream would be pretty legit. Just niche games, you know, niche games like that. I think have a lot of just amicability, but I'm also not like focused on just everything, if that makes sense. I'm just like throwing out titles that I think would be, you know, appealing in in a lot of ways, you know. But yeah. So that's that's the stuff I would say, you know, and yeah, you know, if you are like a variety streamer of sorts and that's like your thing, I mean, go for it, man. You know, no judgment. But yeah, it is what it is at the end of the day. I also know like the streamer side of things is definitely different from the like not the content creation, but rather the streamer side is a little bit different from like the YouTube side or like even the TikTok side. Like every kit kind of has its own kind of like structure. It's kind of like a skill tree of sorts, you know? So like each skill tree kind of has its own like proficiencies and stuff like that. But yeah, nonetheless, I'm gonna go ahead and switch to my next tune. And yeah, we just cleared the four players on this tune. I'm gonna double check to make sure that I cleared the other, yeah, protecting Mogo. Yeah. So I'm going to switch to my other tune. And then let's see, we've got the helm. Oh yeah, definitely. We're gonna equip that. So 475. And then we've got, that's probably going to be tank gear, shoulders, such stuff like that. Okay. I mean, of course, I've got like the dailies and stuff too. I can always loop back and clear those. But yeah, so but I definitely would say the two games that I've been like really like thinking about like making more content for is like GTA 5 and Black Desert Online. If I had to say like new games to add to the roster, and then still keep dcuo, Warframe, Dokkan. I, I mean they still add new stuff on Dokkan, but like you know I have a ton of characters. I'll be honest, I have a ton of characters to max out on Dokkan, and then I also have like there's still some in-game content that I can clear on Dokkan for sure. Absolutely. I mean, there definitely is. You know, we just had the worldwide celebration. Like, not even maybe like it just like they just wrapped it up. Probably like was that like it was maybe like almost 2 weeks ago. And I did a good amount of summons for it. I'm not gonna lie. I pulled some good units. You know, and I pulled one of the banner units. They released like 4 different banner units. You know what I mean? But I pulled like a pretty good amount of like LRs and such. And I pulled one of the banner units. But I didn't spend any bread. I didn't spend any bread on stones. You know, so I still have a ton of units to awaken on Dokkan, bro. Like, and then just yeah, just a ton of units on Dokkan to awaken, but it's all good. So I'm going to go ahead and let's see, save that in and then swap to my tank and add in the skill point. And then let's see, I've got, okay, let's add that piece in. So that's 468. And then the rings, that's a 406 ring. So I can add that ring. And then we've got, so that neck piece is going to be the one to upgrade. And then the boots will be 412. The gloves as well. I'll add the gloves. Those are tank gloves. And then I'll probably add, yeah, I'll probably add the back piece. And then let's see. The back piece will be like, I think for the tank side, it'll be like, I guess I could add Berserker on the tank side, but, and then probably just like, that's pretty much the only piece of gear I would say. So that's gonna be saved in, and then pivot over to this side, and then I think I already added in all of the mods. I just need to add in one hand socket, and then that's going to be just one mod to add to my team. And then that'll be cleared. And then I think that's pretty much it for this tune. Like I say, I can clear the dailies right now, but I can also just loop back around. Because, yeah, dude, level is like, I think level is 467 CR right now. So he's very close to 470. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. So I'm gonna pause stream and then I'm going to loop back around and top of my ult. See you in a few. Alrighty, so we're in the loading screen. And from the loading screen, this is basically where, you know, this is the loading screen. That's really it. So, same thing with level. You know, it's just getting levels. Getting levels with levels. Yeah. Getting levels with levels. Alright, so I'm going to queue up for actually while I'm here in what's it called? In Metropolis. Um Metropolis Battle Zone. I was going to I guess I can check it out on stream, but it's not really a big deal. I was recently inquiring about there was a collection piece, an old collection piece from this DLC, and I was going to see if the collection is still sought after because, well, it was definitely a class. I mean, it's definitely a classic. It's for sure a classic. Um, yeah, I just haven't checked on the broker to see if it's like still selling for what it used to sell for, let alone if it's even there, because I don't even know if people farm for it anymore. But I'm gonna leave some mystery involved of the classic, because yeah. But I'm gonna loop back around and then I'll unpause stream when I'm done. Cool. Yep. So I had a hunch. It's yeah, it's not there. So noted. I mean, the only reason why I noted was because, I mean, we're literally in a Lantern DLC, and I was like, well, it just was something I was thinking about because I was like, dude, I like these newbies probably don't even know what that style is, bro. Like for real, for real. But yeah, I have it on my main though. But yeah. I mean, dude, oh my gosh, there's a ton of those stuff. I can only imagine, bro, like that episode had like actually a good amount of styles. Like, man, I don't know, bro. That's what I'm saying. They don't even know, bro. They don't even know about them styles, bro. They really don't. It's alright though. So I'm going to keep clearing this, and we're in a lobby full of 480s in this lobby, so I'm just running this content, and this is basically it. There's no hype, there's no none of it, there's just reps. Alrighty.
You shouldn't have gotten my way. I can handle Archillo. There's plenty of other cats in trees you could have been rescuing. Seriously though, this is war. Get used to it.
We've already started decrypting the intel you recovered, and we've learned that the Sinestro Corps has taken Green and Blue Lanterns prisoner. They're interrogating. We've already started decrypting the intel you recovered, and we've learned that the Sinestro Corps has taken Green and Blue Lanterns prisoner. They're interrogating them in the Hall of Doom Armory. I'm sending you to free our brothers in arms. Guy, I need you in Metropolis right away.
Alrighty. So yeah, after this rotation, probably gonna take a little break, get a little stretch, you know, yeah, and then come back to it. Of course I'm gonna keep stream rolling, but you know, it's just good to keep, you know, movement flowing and stuff like that. You know, it's a good practice and such, but that's pretty much it. And then yeah, after that, you know, I think for the most part it'll probably be like farming. I mean, I definitely have my alts, and I'd probably say, I mean, there's plenty of content, you know, so I think for the most part it's just about, you know, what kind of content one chooses to farm, you know, because I think for the most part, like, when it comes to focus, like, I don't really struggle with focus too much. I just focus, you know, but, like, that's also kind of been the main thing, like, when it comes to, like, making content the past couple of days. It's just me focusing on the same thing for an extended period of time. But, yeah, once I finish that, then it's like, alright, well, like yesterday we were working on, there was a feat out of the Hand of Fate DLC, and basically, it was a 3-star feat, but it was only like, I think it was only like 5 of us that walked in there. We were just like, pretty stacked, so like, it worked out. But, you know, ended up helping out the person, like, you know, clear the feat, and I got, you know, some reps in myself that was super helpful. But dude, I think we were in there probably for maybe 2 hours? Probably like 2 hours. You know, just running the same piece of content over and over. And it was like, yeah, you know, 3-star feat though. So stuff like that. You know, and then also like there's definitely going to be a lot of people, I think, last minute running the bounties because, well, it resets tomorrow, so that just makes sense, you know. And then yeah, so I think outside of that, it's just like, yeah, it's just the process, you know. But yeah, overall, I think for the most part, you know, it's just I think after we clear these content runs, I'll probably hop into like some SM spam, and yeah. But if not SM spam, it'll probably be SM spam, omnibus, or I might try and put some groups together for some feet runs, depending on the sentiment. But yeah, we'll see. I'm always patient with the feet runs though, because you know, like I think I was kind of chatting about that earlier, but you know, just when it comes to like putting together a group cohesively, you know, the communication, things of that sort, like I understand there's a lot of different personalities and things of that nature, so I try to keep that in mind. That's why I'm not like super gung-ho about trying to clear feats all at once, but you know, I also know like the only way to really tackle feats is to like just confront the work, right? So you know, it's just one of those things. But at the same time, I'm thankful to be in a position to where like I'm not really struggling when it comes to skill points and stuff. So that's also pretty helpful too, for sure. Okay. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Like I say, you know, at the end of the day, it's just a grind, you know. But it's cool. I embrace it. I really do because I just do. I just embrace the grind. That's all it is to it. Oh, dude, look at his. He's got the cosmic material. The cosmic material is really nice, dude. Is that a aura that he has? I've never seen that one before. Dude, man, I'm telling you, it's like every once in a while I see a new one that I've never seen before, and I'm just like, when did they make that? Yeah, dude. It's nifty. Like I was looking at some of the SM auras, not SM auras, but the SM mats that they came out with, and it's just like, you know, they had so many, just stuff that's just limited edition, might not ever be like. I mean, they'll probably put it out again at some point. It's still in the game. Like, there's still people that probably are sitting around with the item, and it's tradable, you know? But, yeah. A lot of items like that. I didn't pop a compound Omega this go around, but they're also like there's two 487s and a 481. So yeah, I think we're doing pretty okay to be fair.
Gardner is succumbing to rage. Guy, don't let it control you. I need to get someone who can help. Try to calm Guy down.
So this is like this is like 8 what like 8 raids or not even 8 raids, it's like 8 runs. Four tunes, 2 alerts. It's like 8 runs. You do that 5 days. That's like 45 runs a week. You know. If it takes you 4.5 hours each week to run through 4 tunes each week, that's like just do 4 times 5, that's 20, and then it's like 25 hours just in terms of like clearing this, and that's just like 4 tunes, you know, let alone I've got like 11 in total. I would not sit up there and run all 11 tunes at once. I mean, I don't mind it. It wouldn't really bother me per se. It's definitely something to take care of, but you get the idea. At like 8 tunes, that'd be like maybe like 44 hours a week. You know what I mean? But and then I guess of course if you're counting like the dailies and stuff, it's like 3x4. So 3x4 is 12, and then you multiply that by 5. That's like 60. So you're looking at like 60 runs in 1 week, you know, and then 60 runs in 1 week, 60 plus 8 times 4, no, it's like 8 times 5, or really 8 times 7, it's like 54, 56. So yeah, 56 plus 60. You're almost talking about 120 runs a week, just in terms of, and that's just like the new stuff across 4 tunes, and then you're not even getting into like running omnibus or like freaking source mark spamming or like the bounties. You know what I mean? You're talking about like it's, dude. It's a pretty solid amount of content. I mean, put you like this, 120 runs, but just 164 hours in a week. 164 to 168. It's one of those. Now, I'm not saying it'll take you like an hour to run each piece of content, but you get the idea. It's like 120 pieces of content, 164, 168 hours a week, you know? So that's... of course, not everybody's doing that. You know, I don't blame them.
The war is in full swing.
But it's all good. You know, like I say, it's not impossible. It's just, you know, that's kind of the point that I'm getting at. But you know, it's worth it. I feel like if you can. It's like I say, it's not for everybody. Not everybody walks the path. I don't expect everybody to walk the path, but it's not impossible to walk per se. You know what I mean? Like imagine like on top of your gym reps, you're putting in 120 freaking reps a week just passively. You know, it's like, yeah, dude, not bad. And that's just like one game. And that's why we niche down, you know, because trying to spread your bandwidth everywhere, it's like, ooh, that's just a lot of bandwidth. And it's, you know, without dialing it in, you know, but yeah. I don't know though. I don't really find myself like, I don't really find myself getting like burnt out or anything. That's one thing I'm thankful for. Like, I mean, sure, it can be, you know, it can definitely be a tad like extensive, but you know, I haven't really ran into like burnout or anything. I try to just lock in.
Okay,
But
here's the situation. Amon Sur and his crew are trying to... It's our job.
dang it.
Calculation completed.
But I don't know. We'll see. I might just.
Heads up! Some sort of
I don't
giant
mind
missile or
streaming.
construct.
I know the past couple of streams I've done have been like 10-hour streams. And then you know they've been pretty solid. Like, but I definitely think. I mean, considering like just the amount of efficiency when it comes to like farming and such, I definitely don't mind like doing like a 5-hour stream and then just like you know, but just like focusing on the core stuff, you know. And yeah, like I said, resets tomorrow. I'm not sure if they're going to have like any maintenance or anything. Because I've been hearing like I think they're having like the homecoming event or something like that tomorrow. So whether that be like the anti-monitor stuff and all of that, and then of course they're gonna have like some new bonuses for the week. They've been doing like the bonus thing, which is pretty cool. I actually dig it. Like this go around, they had like wolf packs. They're like 30% off. It's a pretty good deal. Almost like dang near almost buy one get one free when you really do the math, to be honest. But yeah, you know, I'm not sponsoring the game by the way. Like I'm not sponsoring the game, but I'm just saying mathematically, it's dang near buy one get one free. But yeah, stuff like that, and then yeah, so we'll see what kind of bonus they have this next go around, and then yeah, it'll pretty much just be that, and then you know they'll probably do some feats for the homecoming event if it is rolling out tomorrow, and should be pretty cool, as well as reset, all that jazz. You get that, yeah. quick. 402. Pop. Get this ring. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. So yeah, what I'll probably do is I might just, like I said, I might just have like a shorter stream this go around, and then pick it back up tomorrow, you know. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
A node has appeared on the center circuit.
Engineer. Hold on, we gotta. There we go. Good clutch. That was good.
Completed all the circuits. Excellent.
This is the central core. They filled Mogo's primary crystal. We need to turn on the
468.
Take out the devices on either side of a crystal to restore their green light.
Green light has been restored to a crystal. Well done.
Mogo is about to be mine. You'll fight, of course. Fight and die in the core of a living planet.
Alrighty. Telling you, we're clearing this pretty fast. Did I already run? Dude, I think I already ran strike team, right? I think I did, bro. I feel like, I don't know, I'm just saying, bro. Respectfully. Cause I'm like, I think I did already push strike team. I feel like this one, I don't know, they're kind of like the same time frame. You know, it's just, this one, it just has a lot more mechanics to it, but it's not necessarily difficult. It's not a difficult grade, or it's not a difficult piece of content, right? Crystal there. All right. Wow, that's pretty cool.
Coordinate command. Someone go after Monsoor. We need to help Mogo out down here.
Okay. Not bad. No compound omega, so. Alright, so that's pretty much it. Let me double check to see if I cleared defending Mogo, or protecting Mogo rather. I did. Okay, cool. So that was nah, I don't think they're serious, bro. But so we're almost 5 hours in. So it didn't. I mean, it didn't take me that much longer. It was like 20 minutes longer. But yeah. So it's pretty much my, like I say, first couple of tunes, my main rotation of tunes. But Yeah, you know, I would say for the most part, it was good. It was good. You know, I think we got a good haul. Had some good. We definitely had some good communication. Some good conversations today. I feel like we got a lot of um, probably got some clip-worthy moments. You know, some clip-worthy conversations in there, stuff like that. So I think that's pretty nice, and I definitely am looking forward to the type of content that's going to be being made in the future, not just DCO wise, but also just, you know, holistically speaking. Um, you know, I think the streaming side of things has always been fairly underrated, and I just, you know, like creating content. But nonetheless, thanks for tuning in. I'm going to wrap this one up. I'm about half on the halfway mark of, you know, the last couple of streams that I've been making, but, you know, nonetheless, it's still a good haul. And yeah, I'll catch you in the next one. Peace and blessings. Oh, and also be sure to check out my other platforms. I'm actually, I've made a Discord server in the past. I actually still have the Discord server. It's just, yeah, but I guess not the game crash, but either way, point is, it's fine. Yeah, I'll catch you in the next one. Peace and blessings.